Alright, everybody, let's get this stream started. Hope everyone's doing good. It's your boy, Diamond Boss, back again. And yeah, guys, welcome to the last stream of the month for season 28, approaching season 29. And yeah, hope everyone's doing good. Hope my connection is good and you guys can hear me clearly. Do let me know at any point if you're not able to hear me or if the signal is bad and you can't see the screen for some reason, or it's not coming up correctly. You'll let me know. But yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah, lots to talk about. And obviously we'll do that with some duels which I'm going to show you. So obviously now, because we're on the last day, obviously now ranking up is like not really making a difference. So I'm basically just stopping at Master 4, as you can see there. So that will be our highest that we're going to reach, because there really is no time to go to Master 1. I mean, we could do it, but just literally like an hour, as you can see there. So literally at 1 a.m. my time, it's gonna go to reset. So yeah, doesn't really make sense now to grind all the way now to Master 1. So yeah, we just stay at Master 4, which is not bad. You know, obviously we could have been higher, but of course the game decides one day we lose, other days we win. So it's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, I would have at least wanted to get Master 1, but it's okay. Master rank is Master rank. No one can take it away from me, so it's there. And yeah, we obviously did it with Marincess, of course. And for those who've been on the channel for a while, you know, it's obviously not meta, but it definitely is quite a unique deck with high potential. So definitely it just needs a bit of support on the way, but definitely it's still playable even without it. Obviously with the restriction and everything, makes it difficult to splash other things, but that's how it is. So otherwise the deck plays just fine. Yeah, so obviously if you notice from the last few streams, we were doing like a bit of play testing, just to see how the deck performs, you know, with 40 cards, 50 cards, 60 cards. And obviously you'll find the builds are different, because obviously your aim is obviously to either max consistency or turbo out lots of engines just to get your ways going, so that your hands are interesting but you can still set up something that's decent. So whether going first or going second, it's really good to know what cards work, what doesn't work, how often do you break, because obviously, you know, as much as even if you have 40 cards, you can still draw into just hand traps only, or draw into absolutely nothing. So it's not said that 40 cards is always the best. Yes, it is the most consistent, but doesn't always mean it's the most reliable every time, because sometimes if you're going second, you get a bad hand, not too ideal. Versus if you're playing 60 cards, you always somehow get consistency, which is why I always say, if you play 40, 50 or 60, so long as you play the correct cards, you will more or less get what you want out of it. And I think that's the main thing, because now because now you want to see consistency, then of course play 40 cards, but 40 cards are not always the end goal. If you're just playing a fun deck, because literally you're not trying yourself too hard. I mean, yes, your matchups are a bit crazy, but if you just know what you're doing and you can play into the boards correctly and hopefully clear the board and do well, then yeah, that's it. And sometimes it's not even the deck, it's actually the player. So if you haven't seen the video I posted recently, that is a proof of it right there. You know, some of those matchups you normally wouldn't win those matchups, because again, like I've been saying so many times, like the deck obviously has weaknesses. One of the biggest ones is it still relies on normal summoning in 2024, which is just ridiculous because now that starts your entire combo. There's no the only combo that really avoids that is now if you have other engine in your hand to prevent that. Because ideally, no one wants to be committing to normal summon if now there's potential disruptions if you're going second and so on. So that's why other decks are very versatile because they don't rely on normal summoning. They rely on special summoning, which is obviously a power play advantage. So if your deck still relies on normal summon, it's a bit tough. I mean, yes, we do have a way to start the combo without normal summon, but obviously you don't want to be playing too much resources. So, and obviously if you're playing into stuff, then it doesn't really help. So what I did, basically I just, instead of playing ranked, because obviously, you know, I don't want to potentially de-rank, so I'm just going to keep it at that. So we're not going to touch ranked until it resets. So pretty much what we're going to be doing is just, like I said, we're just going to be doing play testing. So you're not going to see any crazy things in ranked, obviously, because like I said, we're just closing out the season, so I'm not really like trying to de-rank here because we'll stay where we are. So, but then again, I've seen in casual match there's also some pretty interesting duels there as well. So that's what I was like, okay, let me just try. I just hopped on, had a few games, and then I was actually doing pretty good. So I actually want to show you guys some of the duels that I had, which is you know, quite interesting, that normally won't make like replays. So I'll just show you guys quickly how you know, some of the duels, how they came, and yeah, just to give you some, you know, almost like some commentary on some of the duels, because some of the duels are pretty funny. Others are a bit, okay, wow, like, okay, you could have done that. And yeah, you know, it is what it is. So yeah, let's get on to it. So obviously, like I said, we're not going to ranked. Literally, we just in a casual match, so I'm gonna change the deck. It's fine. So like I said, the decks that we were trying out the whole time place testing is this one, the 40 card build. You'll notice extra deck doesn't change. It's rather the main deck that changes. So does actually 40 cards make a difference in the way I'm playing the deck? Obviously, if you're playing it pure, and of course you want to go 40 cards, that's fine. But because the way I'm playing it, I just want to see if there's actually a difference. If I reduce the cards, do I get still consistency or not? Then in the same with the 50 card, which we were playing for most of the, you know, season, we did change up a few things. Like we threw in it evenly, we dropped the Duel, dropped even the Vela even, which is quite, you might argue, why would you drop a Vela? Because obviously it doesn't always come up, and if it does, I mean, it's fine. We have other things to deal with, so that's fine, and that has actually worked. So it's fine. And obviously the big one, the 60 cards, the splash of all engines right now, this is like crazy. Like what is this? This is like no way. But you notice max names that you want to see: the 3 Mandarins, 3 Pescalis, 3 Spring Girl, 3 Seos, even throwing in Sleepy Maiden, because now you can actually search it off you know, Ice Barrier in the grave. So if you want an additional Marincess name, you can actually protect your field spell. You can even protect your monster, your Marincess monster specifically. But of course, if you don't have access to Basilima, then that's why you have Sleepy Maiden there. So you can protect your field spell. Because normally, if you're out the field spell, then people are done. So because people know more or less how Marincess works, they rely solely on field spell. But if you don't play around field spell, then it's fine. So that's also a good talk. And obviously, there's also other options there. We're definitely running small world because again, because we're having so many different types of water monsters. We pretty much have access to anything. And also, we even have hand traps that we can also bridge into. So even a card like Ash Blossom can get you a water monster that you want, which is quite crazy. Because obviously, if it shares a attribute, stat, type, or whatever as a monster, then you can search. So that's pretty cool. So In any card can turn into pretty much anything, but obviously a specific small target will bridge into certain targets. So, for example, Mandarin searching bridging into Castor Ogre will give you a Kaiju, for example. Like you want to add something, a towers or a potential disruption that will prevent most of your plays. That's an example you can do. So that's what we have. So yeah, that's what we did. So what I did was I went to playtesting for 60 cards. Right, so let's just go here. This is what I use in the playtesting because I just want to see, does 60 cards really make a difference? If we max out names and we throw in board breakers, hand traps, does it actually come up? And do our hands actually break more? So if you go to the match history here, you'll see all these wins here, right? So I would say up till here. So we started here because obviously yesterday I was doing other stuff, so wasn't really playtesting. I was just playing casual, like casually normally. So I was like, okay, let me just play some casual matches because I mean, like I said, I'm not going to D-rank or rank up. I mean, we can try, but I know what's going to happen. So rather just stay where we are and then just the scene's going to reset anyway. So I just played some duels before the stream now. And I was like, okay, I'm pretty impressed with the 60 card build. This is the 60 card build anyway, not even the 40 card, 50 card. This is a 60 card build, and you can see how, look at the number of wins that we got. We played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 matches. We only lost 1. So we went 7-1. And this match potentially could have been won. Obviously, we could have played things a bit better. But they obviously had an out to a certain thing, which I'll show you now also. So I'll also show you that loss as well. But pretty much that's how the performance was. I was actually quite happy with it because I mean it just shows, okay, even with the 60 cards, if you get the cards that you need, you can still combo off, right? If the opponent scoops or whatever, my objective was, okay, I'm looking at my hand. Is it a playable hand, going first or even going second? You know, is it playable? Can I do something with it? If I can do something with it, then of course, then that means it's actually okay, you know, and vice versa. So this is the first duel. First duel is against Dinomorphia. So we know Dinomorphia, obviously they love to go first because they kind of suck going second, unless obviously they have evenly match. But obviously for us, the way we play, we don't really lose to evenly match because we normally have like a link monster and then maybe a face down. So we'll sacrifice the face down because our main card is in our hand, which is Wave. So that will be there. They're also running Anti-Spell Fragrance, which was like, okay, that's like a very toxic card. I mean, it should be actually banned at this point because this is like literally majority of cards in the game definitely run spell cards. Obviously, unless you're playing Labyrinth, of course, that doesn't really use spell cards. But yeah, obviously, if you're not a trap heavy, if you're a trap heavy deck, you obviously don't care about it. So that's what I noticed in this build afterwards. I was like, oh, you're playing that. I'm like, okay, whatever. So let's see how this went. I think I went second here, if I'm not mistaken. So again, normally Dinomorphia likes to go first because obviously they can get out their big floodgate into Rex turn. Rex turn can floodgate your opponent's monsters because they can't activate the effects if the attack is greater than equal to the life point. So you can see going second, pretty good hand. So obviously I didn't know what I was playing against, but you can see I draw Feather Duster, which is always a nice board breaker if they have back row like Imperms, Call by the Graves. So that's always good. Or potential disruption, which is great. I have the field spell, I have Seahorse, I have Ogre, I even have a further extend into Sleepy Maiden, which is normally you don't want to see it, but in this case you will like to see it because you have extra name and you have ways to have access to it. So that's pretty good. So the opponent goes first. I was like, okay, are they playing Dinos? But then when they added the Thrice, I was like, okay, cool, they're playing Dinomorphia. So okay, cool. I have that back row ready. So I know whatever the first thing I do, Feather Duster, they're going to chain obviously the Frenzy, and they're going to turbo out the Rex term. So I draw Mandarin, which is again another name, which is good because if for some reason they, let's say I have a negate for this Feather Duster, I can at least play through the board. And the nice thing about the Marincess deck, a lot of the monsters you'll see, they're actually below 2000 attack. The only obviously downside is Castura Ogre obviously is 2800 attack. So by the time they activate Rex Term, they usually go to Kentragina. Kentragina goes into Rex Term. By then they've lost 4000. If they haven't, oh no, they've lost 6000. Sure, if they haven't done anything. So you'll see what happens. So we're gonna resolve Feather Duster, activate Frenzy, so half their life points. So anything they activate halves their life points every time. So it's 3 effects. So half the life points for Frenzy. They're gonna halve the life points again for Kentragina, and then I think they. Oh, I think it's twice. Yeah, twice. So they had 2 evenly matches, which is quite weird because you would like to keep one in your hand just in case that you're able to survive the turn. So that's kind of like my mindset saying, okay, why would you set 2 evenly matched? Because if you potentially it's a battle phase and then let's say you survive it, because Dynamorphia have these cards in the grave that say when your opponent activates the card to effect while your life points are 2000 or less, you take no effect damage or even no take battle damage. So it's the same thing. Doesn't really make a difference, but there are some cards which they have which can prevent battle damage. They decided not to do anything, so I was like, okay, that's fine. Hello, welcome everybody, welcome. We're just doing a bit of mini duel analysis here. So remember, we at the end of the season now, so we're not going to really be ranking up or deranking. So we currently at Master 4 as from the last stream, so we literally just are looking at more playtesting again, but this time in casual match. So just before the stream, I just played a few duels using the 60 card build, and I'm just giving you the feedback as well as some tips as to what I found again from the playtesting in terms of how consistent it was and how the matchups were going first or second. So here we're playing Dynamorphia. Like I said, I win second. I had Feather Duster, they changed Frenzy, they went Kentragina, and obviously they activate Kentragina again to get the Floodgate, which is Rex Term. So normally Rex Term is normally like a GG for most people, because most of the monsters with the broken effects are usually at least 2000. So because now their life points at 2000, you cannot activate effects of monsters we control, because if the attack's greater than 2000, we cannot attack, which means we cannot activate, which means even Core and Enemy is 2000, which means we can't activate Core and Enemy's effect. But the main deck monsters, if you look at the deck, if you look at most of the water monsters in the main deck, they're literally less than 2000 attack. So the main trick is we can still link climb, we can still activate effects, but the main thing is we won't activate the field spell to like equip, because obviously if you equip, you're obviously boosting the attack. So that's kind of like a tip if you facing against Dynamorphia and obviously they have Rex Term in the field. Remember, you can still activate your main deck monsters because they're all less than 2000 attack. Obviously if they have less than 1000, then obviously only like Mandarin can activate, Basilima can activate, but obviously if Springo can activate from the hand still. Obviously Blue Tank can't activate on the field, but I can activate in the they cannot connect on the field, but I can activate in the graveyard. So if there's graveyard effects, you can still activate those. But in this matchup specifically, I was like, okay, cool. I summoned Ogre first, then obviously it turboed out the Rex Term, thinking that we're playing Castura, but we're not. So I went Mandarin because I knew my effects are going to be activated because I have low attack monsters. So even Blue Tank, Blue Slug activates because it's less than 2000. It's only Core and Enemy that you cannot activate. So my goal was, because I have the field spell, and obviously they shotgun Maxi, which is classic. My priority was I was gonna get the field spell either way with the link one into Sea Angel. So either way, if I got access to the field spell, as you can see, I have 3 link material. I get field spell. I also have Superman in my hand. I can easily make a link 4 here. And the nice thing about this, you'll see what I'm going to do. I'm going to add dive just to further extend, because I know they have Maxi in their hand. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'm going to make sure I'm protecting myself in case there's another turn. I go Blues Tank Basilima, because if there's a destruction effect or something like that, at least I have that protection in the graveyard. And now I'm like, okay, cool. My turn is done. Because now I've got enough material to make a Link 4, but not a Link 4 ordinarily. I'm going to use Crystal Heart in this matchup. So Crystal Heart is going to link up to make my Link 4. Now, why would I want to do that? Because remember, even though we cannot activate any effects, your monster will still be unaffected. So even though it's kind of like, you know, a skill drain type effect, not really, because you're not negated. You cannot activate effects, because that's what the card says. You cannot activate effects, but doesn't mean you are negated. It's different to skill drain. Obviously, if you're under skill drain and we go to a Link 4 with Crystal Heart, you're still going to be negated because it's already on the field. But if you do it before, then it's fine. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to equip just to check what they have in their hand. They have nothing. Excavate off Blue Tank, get another Marincess name, which is great. And then now I just go straight to the Link 4 and I go to Argonaut specifically. Right? Now I could have gone to Bubble Reef, but then I know because they're playing Dynamorphia, of course I can negate their traps on their turn. So Argonaut's actually the better matchup compared to Bubble Reef in this scenario. And because she's unaffected, you know, Rexterm's second effect will not work, because it says once per turn you can pay half your life points again. The attack of all monsters your opponent currently controls become equal to your life points. So they would halve their attack points, halve the life points of them, like for their 2,000, they'll go to 1,000, which means all our monsters will go to 1,000. So typically we would lose because their field doesn't change, our field changes. So normally this would be an issue, but remember, we are unaffected by your opponent's card effects, not activated effects. So if you read it very carefully, this field poll says you're unaffected by your opponent's card effects, so not activated effects. It's very different to Expertly Noir, which is affected by continuous effects, but it's only unaffected by activated effects. But this one is all card effects, right? So whether they're activated or what, they're unaffected. So we obviously gonna equip, and now we're gonna go to battle phase, because we technically have game. Because you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna crash into the Rexterm to get the Flagget out off the field. Because if the Flagget's off the field, we can still combo off. We still have plays. We still have Mandarin in the hand. We still have, okay, no, we use Mandarin's effect already, but we still have Sleepy Maiden. We still have Castor Ogre. We still have plays. So he tries to use the effect, but obviously it doesn't work, and then obviously it crashes, and then obviously he still loses. So he burnt himself out, because this was the game changer. And obviously with the Crystal Heart link, that was the play. So the moment I knew, okay, it's Dynamorphia, it's the Rexterm's on the field, I have enough material to go into a Link 4 with the field spell, and it was possible because all my main deck monsters were below 2,000 at the time. The only time they were going to activate was in the battle phase. So that's what happened there. So that was game one. Not too bad. It was just a very important interaction to go into Crystal Heart first, because remember, I didn't have Wave. I could have gone into Wave, but remember, he has Maxi, so potentially you could draw in the Nibiru, which I did believe he did have in his deck. I can just confirm again. Okay, no, he didn't have Nibiru. Fair enough, he didn't have. But let's say you could have had Nibiru. So you're trying to play around Nibiru by summoning as quick as you can. Once you have enough material, summon and then go. Swing for game, because you're unaffected. So that was the game plan there. So that was game one. Game two was against Chimera. Okay, with a bit of synchro plays and even a link play. Now, don't ask how they got access to this. Remember, their Chimera fusion doesn't lock them like branded fusion, because they can fuse and they can still link, which is crazy, because I feel like it should be a restriction for anybody that uses these type of fusion spells, right? Lock them out of fusions. It's only fair to make it balanced, but no, apparently it's not balanced. So yeah, anyway, so that's Chimera. Now Chimera is obviously a very good deck, but you need to obviously know how to play around certain things. So Like for example, they're gonna have their monsters in the grave that activate when they control Chimera, the flying mythical beast. So if you must try and prevent that, then that's it. So this is our second hand, and this one's actually not bad. The only bad card in this hand is Herald of the Abyss. Now, like I said, the reason why I play this in the 60 card build over the 40 card and the 50 card build, because obviously now we have extra cards to deal with. And obviously this is in a way a board breaker, because if let's say you're playing against Purely or you're playing against a monster that like it actually will bait negates, because you can declare the monster that's on the field like a Bron de Fleur, Borreload Savage, even Appaloosa. Appaloosa can lose to this because you can declare Wind Fairy and they go. You can declare Warrior Wind and they go. Even if you're playing against a Rysart, you can declare Machine Dark, because remember the Kashtira monsters are all different. So it's actually a way to out stuff without committing to any other resources. So obviously it costs 1,500 life points, but that's not like that really crazy. And also stops them from activating the same effects of that monster for the rest of the turn, just like similar to Rescue Ace's is it Contain? I think it's Contain or Extinguish, one of the two. So that's the exact same thing if you control a Hydrant. So same thing. So our hand is pretty good going first. So, and the combo, right? So obviously we don't have Blue Tang, but we do have Spring Girl, we do have Pascalis. Now Pascalis with the Marincess name is great. So my logic was, okay, let me get Pascalis into Basilima, then I'll link off normally. If they disrupt at any point, I do have Spring Girl as an extender, I have Dive, because I'll try and get Field Spell, I combo from there still. Same thing. Pascalis into Gamma. I'm like, oh my goodness, okay, so he's either playing super heavy or he's playing a deck that turbos out synchros. So you're playing Gamma. Now you probably ask, can Marincess play Gamma? You can, but there's no use for it if it's still on the field. Because especially if you use Gamma on your own turn, there's no use for it because you can't synchro, you can't do anything. So, and also you will summon a non-water, so it will turn off Coral Triangle. So it's not really practical. So we get Gamma. So here's the thing: Gamma negates negates the effect and destroys. If they had a Ghost Ogre, it doesn't work the same way, because Ghost Ogre just destroys the card, but the effect still resolves. So although if Pascalis is off the field, it will still summon the Marincess from the hand. So that's the same thing. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. So yeah, that's it. So either negate with the Gamma. I'm like, that's great, because at least we played around the Gamma at least. So now I can go Spring Girl as if I didn't have Pascalis at all. So now this is a bit of an unorthodox combo, but it's the same thing. The priority was get a Field Spell, got Dive, and then a combo all from there. So let's just speed this up quickly, just to make things a bit faster. So Battle Ocean, use Dive, Blue Tang, get Mandarin, because again we want to get a Link 4. So this time I'm like, okay, cool. I have the Field Spell already. Let's try and see what they can do when they have a Argonaut. So I summoned Argonaut instead of Bubba Reef, because my whole mindset was, okay, they disrupted my play to go normally, not to commit this Field Spell, but now I was forced to use it. So this is the standard play to go into now Argonaut. And then I equip, have Wave, so I'm happy. So you can see, even with the Gamma, it didn't really do anything. It just changed my direction of combo, because now obviously based on my hand, okay, I could have played through stuff, but now obviously their main disruption was Gamma, it seems like. So, and obviously again, normal summon. Can you see the choke point was, if they thought if they disrupt the normal summon, we can't play. If my hand was bad, I would have been screwed. But fortunately, my hand was still good, because I could have revived back the Dive with the Pascalis and still comboed off, because remember, I didn't link summon yet. So that was my logic. So we summon obviously Argonaut with Wave in hand, so we're pretty good. So they're playing Chimera. Do not negate that, because it tributes off the field. You negate this though. This one you negate, because this one is like in a way, searches 2 cards. It searches a Chimera Fusion, and a level 4 beast monster, right? So it's basically 2 cards, and they'll start coming off from there. You never negate the Swords Knight on the field because remember, it's a quick effect, just like similar to Incredible Ecclesia when you're playing Sword. So you never chain Imperm or a Veiler to it because it will dodge itself. The only way to beat it is Call by the Grave. So that's the only way you can beat it, or even an Ash. That's the only way you can beat it. So same thing with this. You negate this one. If they chain Chimera Fusion or whatever, you negate obviously with Argonaut. That's how, that would be the logic. So they decide they don't have it in their hand, so okay, cool. Because obviously they're searching for it. They do that. They have polymerization, but of course we're going to negate polymerization. So you're probably thinking now, why am I not waiting for Chimera Fusion? Remember, if they're starting the combo with Sword Knight, it's a 1-card combo for them. So Sword Knight gets Berthomet, Berthomet searches Beast, a Beast monster, and Chimera Fusion. Chimera Fusion going to Flying Mythical Beast. So their combo starts off from there. So if you disrupt this, and they don't have Chimera Fusion in their hand already, their combo's pretty much, their turn's pretty much over. Yes, they had the polymerization, but it still wouldn't have done anything because we had Argonaut. So that's what we did there. We summon an enemy, of course, and we go from there. So now you're probably thinking, so now the follow-up? How do we go from here? What is the follow-up? Because now obviously I have a Link 4 on field still. We still have Core and Enemy. Now obviously we don't want to lose Argonaut, especially the equips. You don't want to lose the equip. So we have Core and Enemy. We do have Marincess monsters. We do have Dive for further plays. So we draw Great Soth. It's great, but we don't actually need it because we got our field spell. That's obviously the priority. So we're gonna go for game here. Spring Girl gonna be summoned. Sea Angel linked off just to get a search bed and Ash if there's any Mandarins in the Maidens in the grave. Always good. Go into Marble Draw. Add Spring Girl. Add Sleepy Maiden. Now, why am I adding Sleepy Maiden? Just in case, for some reason, you want to protect your field spell. For some reason. That's why I'm adding her. And also, she's good for, summoning herself on the field. So that's what I think that's what I did here, yes. To target the field spell to summon. But obviously, it's going to be linked off. Because it's not like a lingering effect where... I wish it was a lingering effect where it said, while... for the rest of this turn, that card cannot be destroyed by card effects. That would actually be pretty nice. Then people would actually consider running this card. But now, it's only good when it's on the field. And it doesn't do anything because it's level 5. So, I mean, yes, it can special summon itself. But, I mean, it's not really practical once it's off the field. It's only actually useful for its graveyard effect to equip. So, I'm going to link off into Bubble Reef. And normally, the part of the combo that normally when you're going for game, you would link off the Link 4 on top to re-equip Zelantis into the zones. Remember, the nice thing about Link monsters, you just play around the zones. So you can set up your zones to where you want to place them. So I did this on purpose to put Arc Argonaut, and obviously Bubble Reef behind her, so that obviously her links are open. So that when I revive back the Marbled Rock, it was going to go to the left zone. Then Zelantis will come in the middle. It's obviously going to link off Bubble Reef into Zelantis, but not banishing. Because the difference here is we are waterlocked, but now we're not banishing because we want to make sure we keep Argonaut with the links. And also to keep the equips. So you can banish if you want to. And then go into the Blue Slug, but it's not necessary because she would have been 35, but this is 37. So it's actually just better. So all you're doing, you're just rearranging the links. That's all you're doing, right? So I take Mandarin and I equip Argonaut again with the current enemy because I can. I could have activated the effect to bounce, but again, we're just showing you what you can do under these circumstances. So I use the lenses to pop, nothing, and then that's game. Right, so that's an easy way to do it. Of course, if there was potential back row or something, then I'll ideally want to create another link so that I can pop 4 cards on the field. Because remember, obviously Argonaut points down only. So I want you to ideally have a situation where there's 3 monsters co-linked at the bottom, and then blue slug on top. So there's 4 co-links, so you can pop 4 cards if there's potential back row or something like that. Obviously, if there are monsters, you banish them, but if there's back row, you deal with them. So that was game number 2. Then game number 3 was against everyone's favorite deck, Sword Soul. Why am I saying it's favorite deck? Because it's the cheapest deck. So, I mean, very standard Sword Soul. So how did I lose this? I'll show you why. Card limits, you are saying you're happy a Yugi tuber is coming to copy my God card deck list, make a video on it in action, and give it a shout out and credit. That's great, man. That's great. I believe you've also, I'm sure, I think on other channels, I think you've also like shown clips of you just destroying the meta, like I think like short clips and stuff. So I've seen some of your clips, and I've seen your shout outs. So definitely, I have no doubts that people are underestimating that you're actually pretty good with the Egyptian God cards. So yeah, I wonder how you think about the Exodia cards, the Infinite Forbidden stuff. Are you gonna combo that in your decks if you're going to? Because I feel like that's quite, the fusion monster is pretty insane. So are you gonna incorporate Exodia into your deck now that there's like kind of a boss monster in a way? So yeah, I want to hear your thoughts on that. So game 3, Sword Soul going first. Now the hand is terrible. It's terrible because it's a good hand going second, not a good hand going first. So I was like, it's unfortunate, because imagine going second, you have imperm or potential like disruption. You have even matches even better, even a feather duster. So if they negate something, you just have follow up again. So not ideal. So it is what it is. So they have Veiler. They decide to use it early, which I don't know why they decided to do that. I guess they didn't read what it does, because there's no effect on the field. Because remember, it hasn't been special summoned. Even if he's special summoned, there's no effect on the field. It's just an effect in the grave. So yeah, I don't know. That's okay. I mean, I guess it's like, it is what it is. That would have to be a separate thing unless I abandon the Numeron network strategy. Yeah, I understand why the Numeron network engine works, because you bring out 3 bodies on the field. So to get your tribute summon. So I understand it really does make sense. But again, you have to rely on getting the Numeron network. That's the main thing. And obviously you did say in the past that it is a bit of a struggle to get it. But I mean, obviously you can experiment. I'm sure you'll figure out something. But I think the Exodia support is quite crazy. Even the Dragon Magia Knight, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Fusion, the 5000 beta, the retrain of Dragon Master Knight. That also is a crazy card, which is also pretty good. So yeah, interesting. Anyway, let's just finish off this combo. So we only have Springo, so they decide to negate Veiler, doesn't do anything. Humana Olga, okay, fine. Use dive to get Spring Girl. Spring Girl gonna revive Current Enemy. Current Enemy gonna revive Spring Girl to go link 1. So one thing you notice about the Marincess combo, yes, it is linear to an extent, but obviously we obviously rely on extenders. So it's like, how do you know what to combo off into? So I'm not sure why did what to say. Okay, when you see this hand, do this, because it really depends what your interruptions are. Like the Veiler, maybe they reflex Veiler on the blue Marincess normal summon thing. But the thing is, I mean, if you look at the card designs, I mean, come on guys, I mean, they all have different card designs. Yes, there's blue, but I mean, I would remember Veiler is triggered when there's a monster effect activated. So if there was no monster effect activated, it's not like a turbulence or a hydrant which says during the main phase you can add. If it was that, then I understand why you would use Veiler or Imperm early. But even then, you'll just negate when they activate the effect. but they didn't do that. So don't know why they it's weird. Yeah, but I don't know. So you'll be surprised. Some of them are good players, but others I think just now because Sword Soul's now a structure deck, so everyone's pretty much playing it. So yeah, so this is our end board. It's Marincess Wave, Imperm, Call by the Grave, and again, because we went first, even Imagine Harpy Feathers are not really useful. So we draw. They go into Vashuda. Vashuda is going to go into Monk of Eternity. Now we know obviously with the Vashuda Engrave, while you control a non-effect monster, is going to spin a card on the field. So ideally they're going to spin back the triangle. Now you want to think, can I negate with Wave? No, you can't, because it says target a face-up monster your opponent controls, negate that face-up monster's effect. So even though it doesn't say directly target an effect monster, there must be a monster to negate an effect. So it can't be a non-effect monster because there is no effect. So that's the downside with this. They can play around Imperm and those type of things because they're activating the grave. So the only thing I had to do was I had to call by it to not spin cards. Because remember, it's not like they do target the card, but you can obviously and obviously you can't respond to it because by that point they would have been banished already. So whenever a card says you can banish this card from the graveyard, then target, which means you have to respond to it now. So it's the same play that they did with the Veiler play. If they had activated like Blue Tang or something, then obviously it makes sense to Veiler then, because now it's a hard once per turn. I can't search again. But in this case, this one dodges it. So I have to call by it, then it doesn't activate. So that's what I did there. They have a Shitana, which is fine. Then they go into Ecclesia. Now, the reason why I was actually hoping for the call by to not use early was because of this. Because like I said, for Incredible Ecclesia, the way to beat it is Call by the Grave and Ash. Remember, they're using normal summon because obviously they control more monsters than me. Normally, this would be a free special summon, but because they don't control more monsters than me, they obviously have to normal summon. So this would have been an easy turn ender, easily. But now because of the Vashuda, I had to use the Call by the Grave early. So maybe the play would have been, you'll see later on, maybe the play would have been to wait on the Call by the Grave. But again, they could have targeted the Call by the Grave and I couldn't respond to it because by that point, Vashuda's gone. So it was just a call to say, okay, do I banish now or banish later? Because I didn't know what they had in their hand also. So I was like, okay, fine. And again, you don't use Imperm or Wave on this because it's going to dodge. So quick effect. So anything that says quick effect, they can dodge. So you can tribute the card. And the moment the card tributes, even under skill drain, it will work. So just remember that. So they summon the Moye, and we know Moye reveals a worm or Sword Soul card in their hand. They reveal they have an Iris Sword Soul. This is important. Iris Sword Soul works if there's a monster on the field its effects are negated. It will summon itself on the field. So my idea was, if I negate it with either Imperm or Wave, then yes, they're going to summon this card, but they're not going to do anything with it because obviously they want a tuner monster on the field. So a tuner monster on the field would have been ideal for them. So normally this way you negate. I use Wave because if I use Wave, I'll be unaffected for any other card effects that they want to do. Unfortunately, when I activate Wave, this is this card here, the Heavenly Dragon Circle. This was the card that changed the entire duel because obviously they played around the Wave, which means if I don't negate, I don't become unaffected. Because remember, the Wave says it's a then effect, which means the first effect has to happen, then you can resolve the other one. So if nothing happens, then you don't get the unaffected status. So if you didn't negate, you do not become unaffected. So they played. I think in their scenario, they played around the things correctly because they're obviously baiting out the disruptions. So they didn't know how to call by the grave, but this was a very good play. Now, the question is, could I have impermed? No, because it says tribute 1 worm. So even if I had imperm, I cannot chain to it because you see, by the time they activate the Heavenly Dragon Circle, it's gone. So what am I activating imperm on? Nothing. Because if the monster was still on the field, then I would have impermed. Then obviously it will still resolve. You understand? So that's the big difference. All these cards that tribute, they can play around imperms and all those things. They can't play around call by because you see, this is another example where call by would have been great because if I had called by, I could have actually activated the Moye on called by, then it actually will be negated. So because they activated the effect and I use call by the grave, it will still be negated. But obviously I won't be unaffected though. So very important interactions there. So this card here won the entire duel for them because obviously they played around my wave and potential imperm. So again, you ask yourself the question, do I imperm the Grandmaster? No, because they just added a Long Young, right? Long Young is going to discard the Irish Sword Soul to summon the Baron de Fleur. We know it's Sword Soul. This is standard Sword Soul, right? So the reason why I allow it is because I want to make sure the goal was to bait out the Baron negate, right? So I imperm. I was hoping they would target the back row. But unfortunately they targeted the monster because if you look at the damage, they burned me with Long Young, which is such a crazy effect. 1,200. Then Grandmaster, Baron, and this Monk of the Ten is exactly lethal damage. It's 6,800. If they obviously pop the monster, then they have empty board. So I wanted to bait out the negate, but obviously they obviously negated because ideally I wanted them to target the imperm. Because if they targeted the back row and you imperm it, then what are they negating really? Themselves. So because I wanted them to actually go into battle phase, then I can go into evenly matched, then at least I still have a play. But unfortunately they kind of played around it. So again, fair play to them. And then they decided to go into Shaman of Tenyi, which I don't know why they did that because they had lethal on field. And that's what I'm saying. You see, this is playing into a Nibiru because they don't know how to have Nibiru because you had enough damage on field, but now they're going extra with that. So they ended up going for battle, and then that was game. So can you see one card changed the entire duel? It was the Heavenly Dragon Circle. If the Heavenly Dragon Circle wasn't there, then everything would have been played out in my favor. Then everything would have resolved. So that's unfortunate how it is. But yeah, but it was it's still a good duel to showcase how tribute effects work, how to play around potential things that work in the graveyard, like banishing. So all these tips you can use to kind of go in there. So that was duel number 3. Then duel number 4 was against Labyrinth, but Labyrinth with Obelisk the Tormentor. I don't know why they have this. And they're playing Rivalry of Warlords, they're playing Power Sink Stone, very Floodgate orientated. Dimensional Barrier doesn't do anything to us because remember we're a link-based deck. But of course it does stop synchro plays if you do go for synchro. So it literally baits out all those things. So it's the same thing. But yeah, very interesting. They had Obelisk the Tormentor here. So yeah. Like the Link Climb deck, yeah. Marincess is there, Salamangreat is there, Mathmaker is there. But obviously, you know, yeah. It doesn't go to anything else in the deck. Yeah, I don't know why they go into it, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, they need to unban Totally Awesome. But now If they do that, that means Elf is going to get banned. Because Sprite Elf, they can't have Elf and Totally Awesome in the same format. They can't. Because we saw what happened in the OCT and TCG, it was abused. So that will never happen. So unfortunately, they paid the sins for Sprite. Anyway. Maybe if that's Soul Energy Max, yeah, maybe. But again, Labyrinth is Soul Energy Max a normal trap? Get a movement to unban the Toad. I think a lot of people have petitioned against banning it, but obviously Konami will never explain why they ban a card, because they know that Sprite Elf is the problem, because it reborns Totally Awesome, so you have double negate for free, which is crazy. So, and obviously you can't target the card with card effects when it points to a monster, so it's like, it's just poorly designed, and it's so generic as well, like any deck can play it. So they just never seem to learn from their mistakes, and I thought Konami would have thought better, but yeah, they never explained ban lists as well, because now you see, now we have to think, why would they ban this card? Why would they do this? Why would they ban certain cards? And now we have to kind of figure out for ourselves what it is. But anyway, that's life. Duel number 4, Labyrinth. So I'm going first. So a great counter to Labyrinth is Barrier Statue. Okay, so Barrier Statue in the sense of the Labyrinth cards cannot summon from the deck or from the hand or grave, because obviously it's a non-water, so you cannot summon. And yeah, the only way they can beat it obviously to battle, so that's usually the case. But yeah, it's a good counter there. Then also we also have stuff that is in our deck that also kind of plays into Labyrinth boards, like Kashtira Ogre, because obviously Kashtira Ogre gets the field spell, or not the field spell, the trap, that basically if you activate a trap card, look at your hand, banish, which is great. And obviously you can banish cards from their deck also when you activate a monster effect. So there's a lot of things that you can do. And obviously run Adrian into Gamir, right? We have Gamir also in our extra deck, which is literally a GG against all trap decks, because trap decks have to activate their cards. We can chain Gamir to the activating of the cards, and then they're gone from the game. So it even beats Skill Drain, it beats Anti-Spell, beats all those floodgates. Even beats field spells that activate. So Runic Fountain, activate, gone. Field Spell, Kashtira, gone. Telements, gone. Everything. But yeah, we have a lot of power play to counter that. Obviously Harpy's Feather does it as well. So you got Pascalis into Seahorse into Blue Slug. So again, not your standard plays, but again, my plays you'll see slightly different. And I think my plays are the way I play is actually conservative, because I see a lot of players make the mistake of throwing all resources. Then they get an Ash, don't care, because you would think my priority is field spell. No, it's not. It's there to you to bait Ash, so that means I can search Wave, which means it'll be even better for you. So yeah. Current enemy is going to go into Sea Angel. Sea Angel is going to go into Core Triangle, because again, Core Triangle is like a very good card. It searches your powerful trap, so why not? Current enemy is going to get back a monster, Escalis. Now obviously we got 2, which is, so we just kind of doing 1 for 1 here. You still have Seals to special summon, and you're going to Lava Reef. So this is the end board. So normally people say if you can't get access to field spell, you go for this play, which is Bubble Reef and Wave, which is still good, right? Because obviously it's like a Heat Soul, Deco Talker Heat Soul, where you can draw a card without paying life points. And obviously this card, when every monster is banished, it boosts attack 600 for each until the end phase, of course. But for that turn, it's going to be good because we're 3200 unaffected. The only way people can beat over it is obviously by battle or linking off with it into a goddess or something like that. So yeah, the deck really suffers from not getting the field spell. But as I'm saying, can you see the one thing you must realize is that if you start playing the deck not relying on the field spell, I promise you, you'll play much better. Because look at the scenario here with when you do play the field spell. If you prioritize the field spell, you're not going to have wave. You're not going to have follow up in the grave of Coral Triangle. Because remember, you're going to go into Splash Mage into Coral Enemy. So you're not going to go into Link 3 plays. No. So you lose that follow up of getting Coral Enemy and, Sea Angel. You are losing a lot of resources. And remember, once they're out your field spell, then that's it. Obviously, you can get it back, but then what else can you do? Because if you're playing into boards specifically, like your priority is not going to get field spell; it's trying to board wipe. So it's not to say that the field spell is not powerful. The field spell is powerful. I did showcase that, but it should be used as a very valuable resource. Don't just throw shotgun everything, because they can out it, and especially people who play one field spell in their deck. Most Marincess players I've seen, they play one field spell. If that field spell gets banished by, let's say, a Runic or Kashtira or whatever, then what do? Then people say, oh, no, I can't play the game now. No, you can still play. I've played games where the field spell got banished face down. Still played. Still won the game. Yes, the field spell helps, but that's why we have cards like Marincess Wave that basically act like the field spell, which I think is arguably better, because this is not once per turn. I can negate multiple times. If I have 3 in my hand, I can use it 3 times. Field spell, they out it. Okay, cool, but then I might still be unaffected. So definitely it has value, but I think in certain matchups. Now in TCG and OCG, you can tell, depending on the matchup, certain boards are better. Like for example, against Kashtira, Argonaut is definitely not the way, because you're putting bodies on field, you're putting equip spells, you're putting face-up cards, you're opening yourself up to Fenrir, you're opening yourself up to a Rise Art Banish. Like, do not do that. Bubble Reef is better because they can't beat over it. And because they're locked into Xyz, they really can't do anything. A Rise Art can't do anything. It's only 3k. Bubble Reef is 3.2. But anyway, let's continue. So we draw and we get Maxi, okay, which is fine. But yeah. So we're gonna go Ariana, which is fine. First thing, negate. Not to say shotgun it, but if this is the only play that they have, negate. Remember, there's no welcome labyrinth to bounce it back or anything like that. So we are comfortable to negate this, right? Because they're probably searching for a labyrinth trap, or searching for Lady Labyrinth, or wherever, getting a furniture card, whatever. You're stopping that, and they set 2 in the end. So again, don't shotgun your Maxi, because if you see with the negates, you have to be smart. The exact same thing with the Sword Soul Duel, where I showcase that you have to be smart with how to play around stuff, because a lot of people don't know how to play around, like when to time your negates. So that one, because there was no other plays that they had, that was the best thing to negate. So draw phase, we get Foolish Burial Goods. Now you're probably thinking, what is Foolish Burial Goods in the deck for? It was suggested by a viewer to run the Foolish Burial Goods package. It's not only to send field spells. When I mean to send field spells, sending cards to activate to search field spells. It also can send stuff to activate other effects. So for example, Ice Barrier. It can send Ice Barrier, get a level 5 or higher to the grave, and then you can actually get back any water monster you want from the graveyard. Any. So if you have no Marincess name in your hand, but it's in your grave, and the only card you have that you draw in your top deck is Foolish Burial Goods, you can send Ice Barrier. Ice Barrier will send a level 5 or higher water monster. Then you can recover any water monster you want in your grave, which is crazy. So it's pretty nice. So Foolish Burial Goods has very practical use. Unfortunately, again, Konami being Konami, they limited to one this card because for some reason Telements was getting access to their combo starters, because obviously Saliak gets them their Telement monsters to combo off. It gets them access to the field spell through Rainbow Bridge or Salvation. Now Trivikama. Yeah, so but this was limited before Trivikama came out, but this was limited at the sins of Telements. So it's like they don't care about they don't care about the non-meta. They only care about the meta, and they think, oh, let's hurt it where it hurts them most, but not at the cost of everybody else. So I actually don't know, because the same thing with King of the Swamp. King of the Swamp, why did they limit it to one King of the Swamp? No one understands, and then they ended up unbanning it. So yeah, TCG actually, when you look at it in hindsight, TCG actually makes sense, because everyone now is reflecting on the Snake Eyes meta. Snake Eyes has access to Omni Negates, making it difficult for people to break their board, because you have your evenly match, you have your other stuff, but you have your Omni Negates there, so it's difficult to play through board. So they realize, no, get rid of these generic Omni Negates so people have a chance to fight. Fine. Remember in tier format, they actually unlimited those shifter-like effects, dimensional fissure, all those things. They actually unlimited it in the tier format because people were like, hey, graveyard, hey, let's get anti-graveyard cards in, because people need to compete, because everyone was just playing tier 0. So it was like, okay, whatever. So that's what happened. So Foolish Burial goes, long story short, has its very practical use. So yeah, we vanish with the Sea Angel, get Raysot. Now you're thinking this is bad, right? No, it's not, because again, you're getting another name in your hand to do something with it. So if I send Foolish Burial, Ice Barrier, I can send any water monster I want and get it back. I can have Raysot also get a water monster that I want. It's the same thing, you know? So here in this duel here, we're gonna go Seahorse. We're gonna go summon the Barrier statue, because I suspect the face down cards are a Welcome Labyrinth or something that summons from the deck, right? Now you're probably thinking, why didn't I activate Pascalis first to get Marincess Wave? Remember, you're playing around stuff, right? In Labyrinth specifically, if you target their Labyrinth cards, they normally chain Big Welcome Labyrinth to spin it back. So if you target them before they resolve it, then it's a problem. If they're activated, then you can chain Wave, because then at least you'll be unaffected by the time the effect resolves, so it's fine. So here, the reason I'm going for the Barrier statue is to literally shut off them summoning completely. Then I'm going to go for Pascalis. If it's something else, then they need to obviously use it now. So that's what I did here. So summon Barrier statue, and because obviously I banished Seahorse, I gain attack. I get Pascalis into Wave, and then now I activate Feather Duster because I want to see what their back row is, right? Because remember, they can't summon from the deck, they can't summon from the hand, they can't do anything, because Welcome Labyrinth, Big Welcome can't activate because Barrier Statue is on the field. So I go Feather Duster to see what's happening, only to find out they're playing Daruma Karma Cannon. Now this is a very important ruling for Daruma Karma Cannon, and I think a lot of people miss it. It says change as many monsters on the field as possible to face down defense. So it's basically Book of Eclipse. However, there is a then effect which says if a player controls a face-up monster, i.e. a linked monster, i.e. a monster that's unaffected, keyword, a monster that's unaffected, because obviously if you're going to chain Wave to this, you're just wasting a resource, because you're going to go to the graveyard anyway, because the player, not the card, the player must send cards they control face up to the graveyard. So we all know cards that affect the player. Herald of the Abyss is one of them. Daruma Karma Cannon is one of them. evenly matched is one of them, because they all affect the player, not the cards. So be careful when you look at Karma Cannon and say, okay, but monsters are unaffected, so doesn't mean now you are immune. However, you can play around this, because remember, there's a then effect. So if you don't flip any monsters face down in defense, nothing is going to resolve, because it says only if you flip a face down monster in defense, then you have to send monsters we control to the graveyard. But it's a very important thing. That then effect is important, because here's the thing. If, let's say, I had a Book of Eclipse, right? Here's the thing. If I had Book of Eclipse in my hand, if I chain Book of Eclipse to this Daruma Karma Cannon, this Karma Cannon is going to fizzle, because there's nothing on the field to flip face down. Even when there's a Link monster on field, there was nothing to flip face down. So therefore, the first effect doesn't work. Therefore, nothing happens. Very, very important ruling. I learned it the hard way in some of my duels in the past, because I'm like, okay, how does Karma Cannon actually work? So then what I actually did, I actually went to a simulator, not Master Duel specifically, like Omega or Edo Pro, and I actually said, okay, how does Karma Cannon work? If I use a certain card against it, what are the counters to it? But sometimes you need to understand your cards, because you see, if I had Book of Eclipse, that would have been a very good counter to this, because I would have already flipped the monsters face down already, right? So if we flip it face up, then nothing happens, because it's flip down, and then nothing happens. So they Karma Cannon, they have Dimensional Barrier. I'm like, okay, great. I don't have Ritual Fusion, Synchro, Xyz yet, or even Pendulum, so it doesn't really affect me. So I get the D-Barrier Ritual Monster. Okay, fine, cool. Obviously, it's going to resolve. So they flip face down. That means Bubble River is going to go to the grave. But now, where people make the mistake of, they want to chain Marincess Wave thinking that you're unaffected. It doesn't work, you know? And that's why people always mess up rulings, especially in TCG and all this. People, they like to argue when it comes to these type of cards, because they don't understand how the card works, and then they think they know how a card works, but actually no, that's not what it actually says, because there's literally a then effect. So if the first effect doesn't happen, you don't get to resolve the other one. So as you can see, go to grave, because monsters will flip face down. Even if I'm unaffected, it doesn't matter. If I have a Link 6 Arrival Cyberse, if I have an Ultimate Falcon, if I have a unaffected Argonaut, if I have an unaffected Armor Master, doesn't matter. You're still gonna go to the grave, because the player must send. Keyword, the player, not the card. You might be unaffected by card effects, but the player is not as affected. So, very important. So, D-Barrier is live. He calls Ritual Monster, which is funny, right? So he calls Ritual Monster. Remember, he called Ritual Monster. So I'm like, okay, he didn't say anything. So I'm like, okay, that's interesting, because I'm running a Synchro, but he calls Ritual. I add Ogre. Why do I add Ogre? Because remember, it's a name. Extra body to do something with, to discard or to summon. So I go Foolish Burial Goods into Ice Barrier. Ice Barrier, like I said, can give me anything I want. I can literally get, I can put the Link monsters back in the extra deck, but I'm not going to do that. I'm actually going to get a level 7 or higher, or level 5 or higher, which in this case is Ron Adrian, because remember, he called Ritual, not Synchro. Even if he called Synchro, it doesn't matter, because it's a Link 2. Ron and the token is a Link 2. So it's either a Synchro 10 or a Link 2. So always remember that. So it's very practical having Ron in your deck if you're playing a water deck specifically. So I use Ron, pitch the Ogre, because remember, Ogre can't be summoned because the barrier statue is there. So the logic was having barrier statue on field. By the time I banish everything, when Zelantis banishes the field, it will reset everybody's position. So I can make it face down or face up. So I'll make everything face up, right? so that if there's a potential Nibiru in their hand, I play around it. So it's there, right? And then he obviously scoops because obviously now he knows what's going to happen, right? I'm going to go link to, combo off, banish the field, reset everything. Barrier statue will be live, so you can't do anything. Zelantis will be there, co-linked. Every time he tries to go to battle, I pop cards, so there's nothing there. And that's that. Yeah. The IJ package, I saw people run this tech. I think the IJ cards are inexpensive. Yeah, it's so cheap. And I was even surprised, even the Master Duel, when they made IJ run a super rare. I was like, are you kidding me? This is like the most broken water support in years. I would say arguably since Dragoon. Atlantean Dragoon. You know Atlantean Dragoon, the one that searches any sea serpent in the game? Similar to, so before Bestial Magnamut could search dragon monsters in the game, Atlantean Dragoon in 2012, 2013 was searching any sea serpent in the game. So you can imagine how broken that was. So this is like the best water support you can get. It's a free Synchro 10. The only downside is you have to summon a water monster from the extra deck. That's all. That's the only downside. And the person who summoned the token, see, while the token's in the monster zone, you can only summon water monsters from the extra deck. But once the token is gone, you can summon anything else. Doesn't really matter. And it's a really good tech. So it's arguably a support Marincess definitely needs, because again, you're trying to liberate the normal summon. So yeah. The Marincess is no downside. The only downside I would say is just the normal summon. That's the only thing. The water restriction, not so much. But the fact that, you know, we have extra extenders. You know, Marincess needs materials to link, because obviously it's a link-based deck, so you need materials. So if you have more extenders, more is better. So why not? And obviously before normal summon, perfect. Because this Iran plus a water monster is a current enemy. Ideally, if you have a Marincess monster, you can do your full combo without anything. Yes, normal summon isn't too bad if they negate. And the problem is 90% of your duels, they always have something. Like I showed the previous duel where the guy had Gamma. If they gammed my normal summon, if I had nothing else in the hand, I would have been screwed, because that is like the only play that you can do. Normal summon and combo off. But in 2024, normal summoning is kind of not an ideal strategy, because if your deck relies on the normal summon, they're saying negate the normal summon and then you're done. But you have to try and alleviate that. So that is what happened here. So he scooped. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. Then do number 5. Do number 5 against Cyber Dragon. So you would think, oh wow, they went second and they destroyed me. Well, you're gonna see. Cyber Dragon is known for going second because obviously they can OTK crazy, right? They can remove extra monsters with their Chimeritic Mega Fleet. They can do a lot of things. They can make Clockwork Knight, make all your monsters machine, go into the Fortress Dragon, GG, right? So I'm going second. I draw Small World, which is okay, because you see, the moment I have a duplicate name, like a Mandarin in this case, remember I run triple Mandarin in the deck, so if I use one for Small World, it's actually not a downside, because Small World actually benefits in this deck a lot. We have Blue Tang, which is always great. Maxi, it's Maxi, right? Whatever, Maxi is Maxi, so it is what it is. And then obviously 2 Mandarin. So they activate Cyber Dark. So the question is, why am I not shotgunning the Maxi? It's because of Gamma. The rise of Gamma, unfortunately, people are now activating Maxi when there's a card in the monster zone, because potentially people are playing around Gamma. So yeah. Is Wonder Heart viable at all? Unfortunately not. Just because, one, the extra deck is too tight. It's not. I mean, if you have to say before the the new support that came out, you would probably have to run it because that's the only Link 4s that you had. You had Bubble Reef and Wonder Heart at the time. But it's not practical because if you think about it, if you look at Wonder Heart's effect, her effect says once per battle during damage calculation, you can summon a Marincess card from your equipped card, and also cannot be destroyed by that battle, and you take no battle damage from that battle. And then obviously in the end phase, it goes back. Then obviously if the card is destroyed, you can summon the Link through a lower Marincess. It's okay, but Marbled Rock does it a million times better because it's not once per turn. So long as you have Marincess monsters in your hand, all your monsters, all. And you see it says, for that battle, monsters cannot be destroyed. So all your monsters, and all of them will take no battle damage. So if they crash into, like, let's say a barrier statue, and you have Marbled Rock on your field, it will not be destroyed because you send a Marincess from your hand to grave and then it protects it from battle. Even a card like Abramax, yes, Abramax, when that time people were running Abramax during the Sprite meta, it's the exact same thing. And I actually have a video when that time, I think during the Duelist Cup, where I faced a Sprite player, he had Abramax and I had Marbled Rock unaffected, right? Unaffected. So he tried to crash into me, but then because I was, and remember, Marbled Rock recovers a card every turn. So you target a Marincess card, so I can target a trap, a spell, a monster, anything. So you keep recurring your effects. So your cards basically. So it's like infinite resources. So you hardly ever run out of resources. So it's like a marginally better card. And it's so weird because this card has the animation, which I don't understand why they don't just update the animations for most of the decks. I mean, for example, how did it take almost 2 years? Or not, did it take almost 2 years? Yeah, it took like almost a year and a half for the Egyptian God cards to get animations. It took like what, the anniversary promo, whatever they had, the alternative arts to now get finally animations. I'm like, don't me give Argonaut an animation, give Bubble Reef an animation, give these cards animations, because I mean it's nice to have it, you know. But anyway, so Wonder Heart is not good, unfortunately. It's not good in the metas. It's not really a practical card because Marble Rock is just better. So Cyber Dragon, what's the objective? Turn 1. Turn 1 is to turbo out a Cyber Dark Aim Dragon. Cyber Dark Aim Dragon is marginally a better card. I use Maxi here because I want to summon something from the grave. They obviously of course have a Cold Buy. They of course have an Ash. We all know the Maxi minigame. It's kind of silly, but yeah. When you are playing, it resolves against you, but then when you want to activate it, it doesn't resolve. Always happens. Always. He ditches a cross-out designator. He was very confident that I'm gonna negate your Maxi, your Ash Blossom, whatever, because he knew he had Call by the Grave. If he didn't have Call by the Grave, he had cross-out. So you see, he had an answer. And by the way, cross-out designator is at 1, because going first was way too broken in Master Duel. Given it's a best of 1 format, cross-out designator was at 3. So you guaranteed your opponent always had Prince out in their hand, so they can get anything that you wanted. You basically turn 1 is just too powerful. They're gonna go Power Bond, and with the effect of the Cyber Dark Chimera, they can banish from the grave to fuse. Cyber Darkness is gonna equip the Cyber End Dragon, and they decide to end phase. I'm like, okay, interesting, because the end goal actually is Cyber Dark End Dragon, which is unaffected by activated effects. Keyword, activated effects. So continuous effects, they are affected by it. So that's important. Then obviously it's a 5,000 attack beater that can attack multiple times up to the number of equipped cards. So it's like crazy attack. So this is the end board. I'm like, okay, great. I'm gonna end it. So let's see what we draw for turn. We draw Ice Barrier. Perfect. It's fine. Obviously, it don't counter this card because this card is actually kind of a negate, because it says when your opponent activates a card or effect, say an equipped card you control, negate. I'm like, okay, fine. It's not once per turn, because if he has 4 equipped cards, he can negate 4 times. If he has 3, he can negate 3. So I was like, okay, fine, no problem. So what I do, and like I said, small world in a 60 card build or even a 40 card build makes sense, because remember, if you have access to certain monsters, and you can get what you need. So in this case here, when you're dealing with towers, the same way for us as well, when you go to Argonaut, what is the main risk? You're obviously prone to a kaiju, right? And kaiju, all your monsters you go to the graveyard, the equips, everything. So the same with this, right? So now, how do we get kaiju to our hand? Remember, like I said, small world requires, I don't know, the way the card is worded, they could have just simplified it, but basically it says reveal a monster in your hand. So like, for example, Mandarin, right? So Mandarin is a level 1 water Cyburst monster with 100 attack and defense, right? So you reveal a monster that shares any of those attributes. Keyword, that shares any of those attributes. So a water monster, a monster that's level 1, a monster with 100 attack, a monster with 100 defense. You cannot obviously reveal a Cyburst monster, be careful, because the card says reveal exactly 1 monster of the same type, attribute, level, attack, or defense. So you reveal a monster in your hand. So the monster in your hand is the starting point, right? The starter. I'm showing you Mandarin. Reveal a monster in your deck. So choose a monster in your deck that has exactly 1 of the same type, attribute, level, attack, or defense. Then banish the revealed monster in your hand face down. So you cannot reveal a Cyburst in your deck, because obviously that is, you would say that's the same type, but actually they're actually saying it must be a different type than what you want to add to your hand, because the third effect says then add from your deck to your hand 1 monster that has exactly 1 of the same type, attribute, level, attack, or defense as the monster chosen from your deck, and banish from the chosen card face down. So it sounds a bit weird, but there's actually a website that actually does this a lot easier to explain, where you can import your deck list, and then based on your deck list, it will tell you based on what you reveal, you can go and start. But yeah, I don't know. So that's just how small world works. But basically, I reveal Mandarin, and obviously the bridge is going to be Kashtira Ogre, because you see, Mandarin and Kashtira Ogre share the same water attribute. So yeah, we're gonna search obviously a kaiju. All right, well, I'm gonna be going to say, see Marincess like I did. Yeah, appreciate it, man. No problem. I appreciate the love and support for that. Yeah, all the best. I hope you see you around. Cool. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, we revealed Mandarin. We share the same attribute, Kashtira Ogre. Kashtira Ogre is gonna search a monster that shares the same thing. So obviously, kaiju. Right? So, and obviously, we all know what's gonna happen. Tribute the kaiju, and then he's obviously gonna scoop, because there's nothing, right? I go blue tang, combo off. Like, this is full combo, right? And remember, he's got 6,000 life points. So I can actually go for game, because when I use Atlantis effect, the kaiju will come back to my field, and then he has nothing on his field. So essentially it's lethal damage. So he can't play through this. Like, there's no way he's gonna win this duel, because I'm winning this turn. So, and I get dive as well to further extend, and then it's just like he's gonna scoop, because he knows you're not gonna win. And I'm even disconnected. So yeah. So yeah, that is Cyber Dragon. Do number 6 against Infernoid. 60 card Infernoid with Fairy Tale Snow, Lava Golem, Kurikara, the usual shebang, right? This is Infernoid. They're just a 60 card gas turbo deck. So how did we do against this? Well, again, we spoke about timing of negates. This is one of those examples. And also the fact that Infernoid has also a very big weakness. It's a lot of RNG. So again, can you see we're going first, and we basically have a going second hand. So notice all of our hands are kind of decent, but now it's just that the perspective, whether we're going first or second, that dictates whether it's good or bad. So in this matchup again, it's a bad hand because it's not, we don't have anything else with Pascalis. And Pascalis is deemed to be the, next to Sleepy Maiden, the weaker monster because it doesn't do anything by itself. You know, if there was another Marincess monster, then yeah, but it's not like Blue Tang who can do everything by herself. Or even Seahorse. Those 2 cards can do everything by themselves, but everything else they can't. We've got Evening Match, we've got Herald of Abyss, this is all going second cards. These 2. This is good going first, but yeah, I don't know. We didn't really get so lucky here. So we're gonna just speed off the combo. Go get dive, revive, Pascalis. Current enemy gonna revive Pascalis to go into the link 1. Because obviously you need something to discard off Cora Triangle to get a second copy of Wave. Because again, more copies, why not? If you're able to search it, why not? If you draw 1, you can search 1. Right? So that's what we do here. And yeah, in phase. So the nice thing about Marincess Wave, you don't have to set it. You only set it if you control a link 2. Because it says target a face-up card and negate the effects. Then if you control a link to a higher Marincess, if you control a link to a higher Marincess monster, all face-up monsters you currently control are unaffected. Which arguably makes it very powerful because it's not just Marincess monsters. It's the only requirement is you must control a link 2 or higher. But other than that, it makes all your cards all your monsters unaffected, which is crazy. Then on top of that, if you control a link 3, you can activate it from your hand. I'm like, that's just like the best effect you could have said. I promise you, if this was not there, people would probably be like, okay, whatever, it's just like an imperm, basically. But this is the fact that you can activate it from your hand and not once per turn. Sound like imperm, but imperm, remember, requires no face-up cards. This one, you can have cards in your field and still activate it, which is crazy. So I feel like it's a better imperm. And the fact that it's a rare, whereas imperms are ultra rare, I mean, come on. It's for that reason why I'm running 2 wave and 2 imperm, because I value this over imperm. Because this is an in-arc type imperm, which is cheap and is very powerful. So, because imperm doesn't make your monsters unaffected, which is also like playing through stuff. So anyway, we are playing Infernoid. They're gonna banish. Each Infernoid has effects. All I would say when it comes to Infernoid, always read the card effects, what they're activating, because you might potentially negate too early and then you end up costing you everything. So yes, I negate here with Wave, but it's good to negate good stuff. If it was a random spell or trap, I wouldn't even bother. But at the same time, if a monster cannot be targeted, then that's when now you have to negate early. So this one was just destroying a spell or trap. Okay, I negate it because I want to keep it for something potential. If there's something in the graveyard, I can get rid of a monster already from the banish zone, into the banish zone, so that doesn't really activate. They're going to use Monster Gate. They always have Monster Gate in their hand. I don't know why. They always have Monster Gate in their hand, which is just crazy. So they're going to tribute. Now, this says you must activate cards from the top of your deck until you can activate a monster that can be normal summon or set. So the one thing with Infernoids, it says it cannot be normal summon or set. Must be special summon from banishing one monster from your hand or grave. So all of them do not normal summon or set. So they normally have a Fairy Tale Snow So they want to get more material in the grave to activate their effects. Unfortunately for them, they're going to be milling all their good cards. Okay, all right. Void Imagination, Card Destruction, Fairy Tale Snow. And they're going to scoop. Because Fairy Tale Snow doesn't do anything. Fairy Tale Snow plus Infernoid is good because you can link off with it. You can resummon Fairy Tale Snow multiple times. But we had the call buy for it, so they'll probably eventually run out of resources. We have a second wave in hand. So worst case, if they go to battle, we have evening match. So we're in a good position. So that was Infernoid, but again, they obviously rely on RNG. So obviously when they get their support in Master Duel, then obviously they won't be like that, because they'll actually have a link one to go into and stuff. But for now, that's what they have. Hello, hola, ¿cómo estás? Yes, a little bit of Spanish. Is that Spanish? I think so. Are you waiting for the next tier Memento deck? Save your gems for it. I've heard a lot of things about Memento. It's actually pretty cool deck. Will it do well in Master Duel? You see, that's the thing. A lot of decks are broken in some formats and not in others. So it's really hard to tell how it's going to do in Master Duel. So, like, for example, Chimera, for example, it's nowhere near as strong in Master Duel compared to the TCG, because TCG, for example, has Branded Fusion to 3. So they can play Branded Chimera, which is arguably the best version to play Chimera, like the best way to play it. But in Master Duel, Branded Fusion is at 1. So it's like you can't really play Branded Chimera. You have to kind of play it pure. And pure loses a lot to silly stuff. So as you saw, as I've showcased before, like if you watch back the stream, you'll see like we face Chimera. Once it stuff doesn't resolve, then they don't do anything. So yeah. Memento reached top 32 in Japan, best of 1 format, 8,000 players. We're actually going to talk about that in a moment. The YCS Japan, I think, broke the record as well for most players. Duel number 7 against Gene Raider Runic. So it's just a way to just turbo out floodgates and banish your deck and silly stuff. That's the cannon. Level 9 spam. Like, clearly this whole deck is just level 9. Let me look. They're playing this card. They're playing this card because obviously there's level 9s they spam. So Memento doesn't need another engine to play pure. Sure thing. I have no doubts they don't need anything. But I'm just saying the format is different though. Like, do people, like, for example, we don't, like, I'm sure most Master Duel players don't even know what Memento is and how it actually works. Because when it comes out, people have to now learn the deck. The same now with Rescue Ace. Rescue Ace in the beginning, no one was really investing into it, but only now when the other cards came, now they had to learn new combos because new cards came. So are we getting all of the Mementos? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. If it has something unique, then we'll see. But yeah, only time will tell. Obviously, when the cards come, we'll see how they work. So that's duel number 7. Let's go into it. Gene Raider Renee. And the funny thing about Memento is just retrains of old monsters, which is quite crazy, actually. So we are going second. Now you're probably thinking, what kind of hand is this? This is bad because A, your Casteria engine is pretty much offline because you got your trap in your hand already. Okay. You got Marincess Wave, which is not really great if you don't have Marincess on field. Going second. You have a Kaiju, which is great. But Ash. It's Ash. Ogre is good to summon, but yeah. You cannot use other engines because Horse has a requirement. The requirement says what? You cannot summon non-mementos, or what? What is the requirement? You can actually check it out afterwards. So we're playing Runic. So now here's the thing. Again, you see here, Runic tip will get you access to Runic Fountain. You might say, why didn't I ash this? Because you see, most of the time, Runic is not playing Runic Pure. I think we know this by now. Runic is not playing Runic Pure because Fountain's at 1, Tip is at 2. Like, their engine is quite small now, so they have to mix it with other engines, like Runic Sprite or Runic Generator, Runic whatever. So I was like, the ash could have been used on the tip, but I was like, no, rather let's see what they're going to do first and then assess from there. So the Banished Pescados, that's fine. They're going to use Runic Dispelling to summon the Sleipnir. I'm like, wait a second, Sleipnir. And the thing is, you know, when your opponent plays certain cards, you start reading them like a book. You're like, wait, Sleipnir is a level 9. So I'm like, do they have a level 9 in their hand? The Gizmek Kaku is a level 9, which summons itself if there's a monster in the extra monster zone. I'm like, wait, level 9 Runic. And I was like, you put 2 and 2 together, they're playing Generator Runic. So I'm waiting to see what they're gonna do. So Runic is not their main engine, it's the Generator engine. So they're like, okay, cool. Summon that. They're gonna use World Legacy Monstrosity to get what? Oh, target a level 9 monster, special 2 level 9s from the deck with different attributes and type, which is perfect for them because they can go potentially into 2 level 9 XCs, UDF, or maybe banish my hand, because obviously that they have that card in the extra deck that banishes a card at random that is generic, not once per turn. So this is a good ash because, as you can see, their resources is not there. So it's not really up. I already had Master 1. Unfortunately not. We stopped at Master 4. So, and I didn't want to play ranked because it was going to reset anyway. So I'm sure now when we're done with this, it's already reset. So Master 4 is where we finished. So unfortunately we didn't get there. But as you have seen from the streams, we were so unlucky and then lucky and unlucky. So we were just jumping back and forth. So I don't think it was worth it in the end. But hey, we got to Master. I'm happy. So that's the main thing. We'll go again next season. So I ashed this, and this is a good ash because obviously getting 2 level 9s from the deck is pretty broken, I would say, considering you already have a level 9 here, a level 9 here, and that's it. So I was like, okay, great, good ash. So now the only play now for them is to go into the Leviathan, which again I'm reading like a book, going because there's no other plays they can do. So this is going to turbo out into another Xyz. Obviously, we're not going to allow them to do that. We draw Book of Eclipse. If they had further plays, this counters them completely because I can flip everything face down and then combo off. So doesn't really matter. Kaiju, get rid of it, and they're going to scoop. Because again, their Runic engine is dead. They don't have any Runic cards, clearly. They don't have the level 9 turbo that they wanted to do. And obviously I have Book of Eclipse for whatever they wanted to do. So even if they had a monster on field, on top of that, I would have obviously Book of Eclipse anyway. So, and then Castiroga is here. It's actually big enough to take over the Leviathan anyway. So, GG. Okay. So sometimes you have to read your opponent like a book and say, okay, well, the plays you're making are a bit suspect. So hold on to your ash, hold on to your stuff and see what's happening. Because don't be like the player who shotgun everything early, like the Labyrinth player, shotgun everything. Assess the board and see what's happening. see what their combos are, if they're going to go into this play or that play. Because again, you'll find a lot of times, if I resolve Kashira, the pressure opponent race out to add a Kashira monster, people just scoop. But I'm like, did you not see what I'm playing? I might not be even playing Kashira. Like, what? Okay. But because of the fear of, oh, you're playing Kashira, damn it, I need to scoop because I can't play. Speaking of Sword Soul, there it is. So this is the last duel, Sword Soul. So again, we faced Sword Soul before, we're playing Sword Soul again. So this is a different Sword Soul player. So you see the duels are very short. It's because the interactions are very quick. So yeah. Let's see how we did here. So, ooh, yeah, let's talk about this hand. So people might be thinking, you're going second. This is a trash hand. You're actually wrong. Because A, you can actually do something. With this hand alone, you can do something. Foolish Barrel can get a water monster, higher level water monster. This one can get a high level high water monster. Depending on what we draw the next turn, we can do something. So we have DD Crow, we have Feather Duster if they have back row. So what can go wrong? They said 2. I was like, what? They said 2, and Feather Duster's like, yeah, okay. Interesting. Let's go draw for turn. And we draw a talent, so even better, because if they activate Ash or anything, Maxi, draw 2. So we have plenty of ways to get monsters on the field. So we're going to get Cashier Ogre, we're going to get level 5 or higher. Anything, you can get a Kaiju, can get whatever, and then you obviously can combo depending on what's happening. So depending on the face downs, I want to see what they're playing. So Feather Duster, 2 Imperms. 2 Imperms. Look at that. 2 Imperms. That's crazy. 2 Imperms. And they scoop. So I was like, so was I really? I don't know what I was playing, and then I checked they're playing Sword. So like, okay. They definitely bricked, but they had hand traps. Now, here's the thing. You notice they set Imperms face down. I'm like, why would you not keep Imperms in your hand? Because isn't it more accessible that way if you, always have it live? Because you set the Imperm, both of them. If you activate the one, then it just becomes an issue for the, like, if they can disrupt the player on the other one, then yeah, I don't know. But I would keep them in the hand, but that's just. You'll see many Memento decks next season. I believe so, because I mean, obviously it will be the new flavor of the month, but yeah. So those are the games. Yeah. So you see, as you can see currently now, look, the ranked duels have ended. So currently now, no one is ranking or deranking. So we can still duel, but it won't affect your rank. So our rank will be Master 4. So whatever we're doing now, it won't affect our rank at all. So before we go in there, let's just talk about quickly the news of the week, which is I'm gonna go to the website. Where is this website? Yeah. Everyone can see the website? Yep. Okay, so Master Duel Meta. Let's see, where is this tournament? You said top 32, right? Top 32. So let's see what the future holds for Master Duel. Who was the top deck in this tournament? 7,443 players. It's not a pretty big tournament though. That's crazy. So who won the entire tournament? Oh, click here. Okay, OCG tournament. Okay, so where does it take you to? Oh, it takes you to Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see. Oh boy, okay. So it was Jeez. Best of 1. All right, interesting. I mean, imagine if it was best of 3, geez, you'll take like a whole week to play because there's so many players. Remember, YCSs take about like 200, 300 players, sometimes 1,000. Sure, 7,000 is a lot. Okay, so let's see the best decks. Oh, wow, look at that. Tempai Dragon. Recently came out in the TCG, Legacy of Destruction. Snake Eye Fire King, which I won't lie, that deck is going to be disgusting when it comes to Master Duel, because it's not necessarily Snake Eye itself, it's the Fire King cards themselves that are broken, because they just don't stop dying. You destroy something, they come back, they summon a card, they destroy a card in the field, they just do stuff, which is just crazy. So Snake Eyes will just have even more disruption on top of your Appaloosas, your Barons, your Borreload. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy when that comes up. But I'm sure by then, when the Fire Kings come out, they'll probably hit Snake Eye even more. So Voiceless Voice. So for those who don't know what Voiceless Voice is, it's actually a ritual deck that's better than Drytron, I would say, because it's a very small engine, but it's quite broken, I would say, because it has targeting protection. It's got negate. The ritual monster has Omni Negate. There's recursion. There's so much, and it actually doesn't lose to a lot of things. And there's not you can run generic stuff. It doesn't lock you out of anything, and it's pretty good. Melodious. I think Melodious got support in Infinite Forbidden and Legacy of Destruction as well in the TCG. So apparently there's like a insane combo that doesn't take up normal summon. So that's why they're here. Gimmick Puppet. And Gimmick Puppet with the new support, by the way. People are saying there's going to be an FTK deck. I don't think so. Yeah, as you can see, this topped a YCS Japan. And you know, YCS Japan is something that people are going to be talking about. Say, hey, these are the decks that are dominating. Valence, not surprised. Valence is a Pendulum deck, but AKA is also a water deck, so water best deck, let's go. But now obviously because it's Pendulum, people are like, screw Pendulums, but it's so weird because Pendulums is actually not bad. The problem is Yu-Gi-Oh players don't want to read, so they say no, screw Pendulum because I don't want to read all your card text. So Tempai Dragon. What's so good about Tempai Dragon? Tempai Dragon is a fire dragon archetype that basically works in the battle phase. So they don't care about main phase. They only work in the battle phase, which is weird because battle phase is where most cards are weak, but those cards are actually insane. They quick sync, they do stuff. They even use old cards to inflict like almost 30k damage, which is ridiculous. So if you have a 5 monster board, they can probably get through it with all that damage. So, and remember, they don't take battle damage as well, and that's just even making it more crazy. So that's why they can just keep pushing. But yeah, it can be outed because obviously they don't have the field spell that makes them unaffected during main phase. They don't really do much. I mean, as card limits is saying also, like they're not immune to everything. So there's strategies that you can use to slow them down. But yeah, it is what it is. And remember, you can activate, like for example, Marincess can activate Marincess wave in the damage. No, not in the damage step, but in the battle step. We can actually negate their monsters to quick synchro. You negate one of them, then the entire thing ends. They can't do anything else because they need to quick sync. If they don't quick sync in the battle phase, then it's done. We also have Zelantis, which also works in the battle phase. So even if you have everything set up, if Zelantis is there, we're gonna destroy your cards. So you have nothing to synchro with. So technically we do have outs if you're playing Marincess, but just saying. Yeah. So where was the Memento deck? Where was the memento? Oh, it's right here. Memento's right there. So who won the actual thing? Let's check who won the actual thing. Wow. Voiceless Voice won the entire thing. That's crazy. As you can see, they're not playing other like non-engine. They're just playing hand traps, and they're just playing their own stuff, which is crazy. Obviously, yes, extra deck. It's only just for Pot of Prosperity and Pot of Prosperity, but they don't really use the extra deck. I mean, yes, you can see they are using like, let me see, what are they using? They're using obviously Typhon. Typhon is great going second because you can summon literally off anything. It shuts down most monsters with 3k attack, which is anti-Zeus, which is nice. Chaos Angel, they can do it because again, it doesn't require tuner monsters if you have light and dark monsters that make 10. So that's why even Labyrinth loves it. They're playing this ritual. No, not ritual. They're playing the Cyberse Link monster that requires ritual monsters as a link material. It's kind of crazy that there's link support for ritual monsters. Love to see it. Then what else? Little Knights. SP Little Knights is coming to Master Duel. So yeah, this is also going to be another crazy meta as well. So you see, just when we're talking about dodging stuff, playing around the gate, so this literally dodges Imperm, dodges Baylor, because it can banish itself and a monster on the field. And if you have effects that reset once per turn, they come back, it's fine. For example, Baron de Fleur, you can literally banish a Baron de Fleur, end phase comes back, it's still got this negate again, because once while face up on the field. So Little Knights, yeah, it's gonna be a problem. I would say most decks that link summon a lot, aka not us, because we obviously can't go into Little Knight. Because Little Knight is more like a disruption on the opponent's turn. So, and also on your turn one also, but it's not really practical. This is why I'll stick with Nimron because Nimron can end the battle phase. And I think what you'll find, Temper Dragon, obviously they want monsters in attack position to do damage. So if you can put your monsters in defense, then do that. Like I know if you're playing synchro decks, you put your monsters in defense, they won't even do anything to you. And most of your monsters will be like 4k attack, defense, 3k defense. So they can't do anything with that. So interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah. Let's go back to the Yu-Gi-Oh meta. Okay. Where's that Memento deck? Let's see what Memento actually does, because we obviously need to. It's obviously coming to Master Duel, so we need to see what they're running to. So Momentolen Goblin. Like, you know what I don't understand? Why does Konami rename the cards in the English text? Like, why can't you just keep Memento? What's wrong with that? Like, what is wrong with Memento? Now in the English is now Memento something. I'm like, what? Like now I have to read extra things like what? Memento Lin or Memento something. Just Memento. Memento's cool. Now they're just adding their own stuff to them. Like, what? Okay. Like people are gonna make it crazy? Like, no. Memento. Like what? Luckily, the spell and trap cards mentioned Memento. So if you have Memento something else, it still counts. So at least 2 Little Knights. 2, okay. Well, remember in the OCG it's limited to anyway, but I see they're only running 1 copy. Interesting. Is this Fusion Monster coming in? I don't think so. This Fusion Monster, I don't think it's coming to Master Duel. I don't think so. This card literally just came out now. Memento is often used as a keepsake item for someone that has died. So any reference of that? I mean, yes, I understand they do have to rename cards or even change artwork of cards because to not represent death or those type of things, like, you know, the curse, like especially the old cards, dude. The old cards had like the most craziest names. If they had to release it, and remember that time it was, at the end of the day, it's a children's card game, as the anime used to say it. Well, not even the anime, but like it's literally a children's card game. So you can't have kids talking about death and all that stuff. So they don't want to affiliate that, because people will not be buying their cards. So they have to rename it to user-friendly names. So it's understandable, but pretty cool. But the name sounds nice, Memento. You know, that's not crazy. Name is about ancient Mexican gods. You know what's a cool archetype name that I've seen in recent years? The Triple D, the different dimension demons. That is a very unique name for archetype. Like, but obviously in the anime and in the original cards, it's not named that, because obviously, for example, fiend monsters is not fiends. It's actually what is it? What were they called? Demons. So not different dimension. Like they're actually called demons. They're not fiend monsters. They're demons. But obviously we can't say, hey, I'm summoning demons here. No. So now Konami had to make sense to say make fiend monsters or illusion monsters. You know? So worm monsters, like what? Worm is basically Dragon 2.0, let's be honest. Mementos represent Mexican culture about the death. Okay, interesting. The same with the different dimension demons. They represent ancient Greek gods or something like that. So based on different rulers of the past. So hence Triple D. So different rulers. So it's pretty cool. But obviously, again, just to not emulate, like saying, okay, death or whatever. Like they have to retrain some of the cards. Like the one card that I don't understand why they retrained. There's one pendulum monster. Let's see if I can search it on here. I don't think people are playing it. It's obviously, I think it's Zark support. Remember when they what set did I come out of? Age of Overlord. Yes, Age of Overlord. There was a card. I think it was like a pendulum scale 13 or something like that. I think it's Zark, but the light version. Let me just see if I can search it here. Is it Odd Eyes? Is it Odd Eyes? I think it's Odd Eyes. I think it's Odd Eyes something. It's a new card. Yeah, this card here. This card is not the original name that it was. You see, obviously now it's localized to Odd Eyes Arcray, but it had some other crazy name, which was like the most insane name I've seen in years. I think it was Odd Eyes Celestial something. Like it was just like, you know, something magical, you know, because obviously it's the light version of Supreme King Zark, which was corrupt. So when you look at the artwork's crazy, and the name just sounded so right, like Odd Eyes Celestial. What? That's some crazy name, but then they just renamed it to Odd Eyes Arcray. Like, come on, dude. Like, why do you take such a great name and then just like mess it up? So yeah, I don't know why they did, but that's why I was like, dude, why do you just recontextualize, localize some of these names? Because it's like, dude, some of the names just didn't need changing. But I mean, I guess they wanted to make it simple, because I remember the Cortex, but the name was so cool, like Celestial something. But obviously it's Odd Eyes, but yo, that name was just nice. Anyway, back to Memento. So all these cards are, by the way, old retrains of like normal monsters. Like, for example, I think there's one that is like you see this see this Memento Horn Dragon is actually based on Tri-Horn Dragon, which is now reborn. So all these like you're saying, all these normal monsters have been reborn into something else. So now they literally are its own archetype, which is quite nice. And I think Konami is doing something well there, like taking old cards and doing retrains. The same like the Umi cards. how broken was the Umi cards? Because in a way, it's kind of like the support that it needed. Like it actually made Umi like an actual deck, because retrains of old cards. Because normal monsters didn't do anything, but now when you make them effect monsters, oh my goodness, they were just broken. Like Karushin is broken. It's a walking skill drain. It's a deck can only be one. It's everything that you're looking for in a skill drain or floodgate basically. You have a protection with the monster in the gate. You make Sea Stealth attack relevant again. Sea Stealth attack. Everyone knows Sea Stealth attack from the Mermail days. So, yeah. Look, I will try the deck. But obviously, it all depends how expensive it is. And we know with Konami, they love putting decks out, but then if they're expensive, then now that's where now it loses the playability, because now you don't want to be investing in a deck that's so expensive. Whereas a deck like Marincess is super cheap. So look at a deck like Vanadium. You wanna play you wanna play Vanadium? You must craft you must take your wallet and say, hey, I have money, spend all my URs just to pack gems. Because almost every card is a UR. I'm like, that's crazy. Like all the good cards. So I hope that they don't make the mistake of making some of these like cards crazy expensive, because it must be accessible at the end of the day, so that anyone can just pick it up and go. But we'll see. The boss monster needs, but that's the thing. There's the Memento Twin Dragon, right? And then there's the Memento Combined Conqueror. I think this one might not come, because this one literally just came out like Infinite Forbidden, like it's came out like recently. So I doubt this one will come. I'll be shocked if it does come, because obviously we have seen before with Promethean Princess, where literally on the pack release they also made it exclusive for Master Duel as well. So they can do what they want. So interesting stuff. And obviously they can only be one, because literally every memento is a different type. So is this a Karibo? It is, but just a memento card now. The Twin Dragon's enough. If this card is fusion summon, you can destroy one memento in your hand. If you do, add up to 2 memento monsters. Jeez, that's crazy. Whoa, that's broken. 2 memento monsters just like that with different names. And I think the main boss monster is the 5,000. Jeez. Must be summoned by shuffling 5 other monsters with different names from your hand. Oh, great. Yeah, this card is crazy, because they can attack one monster your opponent controls. Whoa. Okay. Cannot be normal summon. While I control no other monsters, this card can attack all monsters. Oh, so that's the thing. So it must be the only monster on the field for it to gain the benefit. Once per turn, if your opponent activates the card or effect, you can special summon a memento monster from your hand or grave. How useful is that effect? Do the monsters trigger when they do something? Whoa. If this card in the field is destroyed, you can target 3 face-up cards in the field, including a memento card you control, and destroy them. If you do not control any face-up monsters other than memento monsters, and during the main phase, you can destroy a memento monster you control. Mace. Read the mace. Where is the mace? Where is the mace? Okay, during your opponent's turn. Okay, or the opponent's main phase. If you control the memento combined creation, which is this card here, so the boss monster essentially, you can discard this card, then target a face-up monster your opponent controls, take control of it to the end phase. Damn. Okay, that's broken. So you can just yoink them. Okay, but that's crazy. So they want to synchro, take the tuner, done. During your main phase, you can destroy monster you control, and if you do add a memento card, it's pretty good. Goblin? What does Goblin do? During the main phase, if you control that same boss monster, quick effect, and discard this card for the rest of the turn, your opponent cannot target memento monster you control with card effects. That's good, because as we know, Rescue Ace lacks targeting, so anything that gives you that protection of not being targeted is great. That's why Purely is so good, because that field spell breaks that deck completely. Because it makes all their monsters special summon untargetable, so they can't do anything with that. During your main phase, destroy. Okay, so the trap card Cranium, is it this one? This one. The Memento Fractal Dance? Where's the trap? Do they play it or what's happening? Memento Bone Party, destroy. Where is this? Okay, hold on. If we just go to Memento, let's see, where is this trap you're talking about? The trap card. Is it this one? The Cranium Burst. While you control Memento monster, your opponent's monsters that can attack must attack the Memento monster with the highest attack. So basically the 5,000. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field during the damage step, you can target one Memento Tactorial combined creation you control. It loses exactly 1,000 defense, 1,000 attack or defense, and if it does negate the activated effect. Once per chain. What? No way. That's broken. So here's the thing, right? We actually can out this card, actually. If we somehow make our, let's say, argument's sake, our Bubble Reef unaffected, right? By the time we link it off with, let's say, Crystal Heart, right? Because even if there's still a, let's say, a Marincess monster, we'll probably have enough material. We can potentially go 5,000 plus, which will be more than enough to take over the boss monster. But then again, it's a pretty good effect though. I'm not taking anything away from that. It's a pretty good effect. So pretty broken. Yeah. Memento, like I said, I'm not opposed to trying out new things, but it all depends on how the meta adapts. So if people are still learning it, great. Then obviously we'll take input from there. So, but yeah, good deck. Very good. Very good. Oh, and by the way, now that we talking about it, let's go back to Macedo Meadow. Oh wait, is there something else that we need to know? Crossover Breakers, what is this? It's a tournament? Oh, it's a set. Okay, that's not relevant. Let's go Macedo Meta, yeah. Okay, interesting. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, let's go back to how do we go back to this? Top decks, yeah. TCG releases. By the way, this website is actually pretty good. It's a nice little upgrade from the previous site, which is just now focused on OCG, TCG specifically. So nice investment. Okay. Anyway, let's digress. Let's try to do some games. Although we're not that doesn't affect our rank. Let's just try and go in again with 60 cards again, just for the sake of doing it. Let's just do it. Why not? Because remember, it's not going to affect our rank. We're going to stay in master anyway, so whatever we do now doesn't really matter. So I checked the build on that Facebook page, and he's using that trap card, but not the other one. I think Master added the wrong card. Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes they don't look the deck list that they use. They normally don't get it from the player directly. They normally have to like watch the tournament and get the data from some other source. So sometimes it might not be accurate. So yeah, they could have gotten the wrong trap card, but okay. 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 This is a hand we can work with. Obviously not the best starter, but we can do with it. Yeah, good hand if they have no disruptions, like Maxi, for example. So, but it's fine. We will let's see how far we can go. Right? Let's see how far we can go. Let's check for Ash. Let's see if they have Ash. There's the Ash. Which is fine, because you see, the thing is, I want to search. You see, that's the thing. I don't want to end. I don't want to draw immediately because I want to search. Is that wrong? Because I want to search. If I can somehow get wave, then I'm gonna draw. But I mean, I'd rather just play on. There's no real benefit of stopping, because I mean, let's see what he can do. He's drawing like a billion cards, so let's see if he has Nibiru or something. Because like I said, you see, every time Maxi resolves against you, when you want to use it, it doesn't work. Okay. Okay, let's just see what we do here. Nibiru, maybe. You see, that's the thing. Nowadays, Maxi doesn't really do anything. I mean, look at that. Unless you draw the stuff. You see, like now his stuff is prompting, okay, cool. 5 summons. Time to Nibiru, right? I think so. I think we need to go into Coral. So if we do get nibbed, at least we can get follow up for next turn if there is a next turn. I don't think so, because this guy's got like a billion cards in his hand. We can get dive back, so you see we're getting some sort of recurrence. So even if he nibs us here, it's fine. We have something to work with. He's used Ash already, so he only lose to Vela, and he has no Vela. Because you see, he used the Ash early. See, he used the Ash way too early. So now you see, I'm able to search waves. So now I'm fine now. If I get nibbed, it's fine because I have a Maxi for him next turn. Let's get a material for things. But yeah, I'm giving him extra card. That's fine, but why not? Because nothing is lighting up, but unless he's waiting for me. But again, until in the future we get something that can play into Maxi, then this is what we have to do, you know. So, yeah, he's probably gonna nib now, right? Yeah, because you see it's prompting him, so he definitely has it, so it's fine. See, main phase, Nibiru now, right? Nibiru. As I correctly predict, because obviously going to wait till the end to see what the opponent's going to do. So it's fine. So it's fine, right? So that means he has to win this turn. He has to win, because if he doesn't win, my follow-up is here. And also, oh, Attack position. Attack position. Interesting. Are you playing Makanko? Because why would you put it in attack position? Main phase, no. I've got nothing to work with, so it's fine. So let's see. Will Maxi resolve for me? Let's see. Let's see what they're playing first, because I don't know what they're playing. I don't know what they are doing. But what are they doing that is potentially leading to Maxi? Because I'm sure they have a cold buy in their hand, which is fine because we polymerization. Are they playing Chimera? What about the grave? Super poly. Super poly. Huh? Super poly. Garura, okay. That's 3k to the face, I think, yeah. Okay, so he kind of has lethal because Guru has like a stupid effect which just inflicts double barrel damage, which is just crazy. Wait. What? That goes to Pelia. Oh, well, there's the blue tang. You see, there's a... Huh? What? And the nice thing about Dragon Superlia, it doesn't affect us too much because we are a link-based deck, so levels don't matter to us. I'm gonna draw here because I don't want him to activate stuff, and yeah. Mirror Swords, okay. Yeah, you see? So this prevents them from adding stuff. So they can't do anything. I mean, they can, but look now. You see? They can't. The only thing they can do is probably do stuff on my turn, which is fine. Bearing in mind, look at, I got one card off that thing, so I'm not too worried. Ooh, Dark Ruler. Dark Ruler. So you see, that means they definitely have Chimera Fusion set in the back row, because why would they tribute now? They definitely have it. Yeah. No, they have another one in their field. So let's play into it. Let's see. Okay. So far so good. Clear the field. Okay. So remember, when my Link 3 comes on the field, I have Waven in my hand, so I'll become unaffected. So whatever the players they want to do, they have to do it like now. Like they have to use Dragon Superlia now, because otherwise it's gonna be a problem. Okay, negate. So you see, so again, you're playing through disruptions. So yeah. So now here's the thing. Now the trick is get the Link 3 on the field. So this one, because I don't want to play into the blue tang combo and then now they have an imperm there or something, so I can play around it. So what do I want to add back? Nothing yet. Actually, nothing yet. You see the Chimera, and notice polymerization's in the graveyard, so they're gonna go into what are they gonna go into? They're gonna go into the Guardian Chimera, which cannot be targeted. So you see, wave will not work. So I have to target now so that I'll be unaffected. Which means he has to use another Chimera Fusion. And he doesn't have one because he searched one. So now we're unaffected. So if whatever he summons, it doesn't work on us. So note that only Marbled Rock is affected, not yeah, that's fine. So the reason why they did this is to go into Mirror Sword Knight Negate. So you see there's a Monster Negate live now because you have Chimera the Mythical Flying Beast. Now here's the counter to it. You target it with wave again, then it's no longer Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast. So, and the Cornfield Core is not going to be in the grave. So, are you going to put it in the grave now? Let's see. What's going to happen here? Wait, what? Come from your hand, field of grave negates. Okay, so watch this. Watch this. Marbled Rock. Add back wave. Watch. Is he gonna take the bait? Because remember, I'm unaffected. Look at that. You see, he doesn't know. I'm unaffected. I'm unaffected. Oh, sorry. What a waste. Anyway. That's what I'm saying. And remember, we haven't normal summoned yet. We just used the Graveyard Coral Triangle effect. Get Link 3 with Wave in hand. Sorted. The only disruptions you might have is imperms and those things. But remember, Marbled Rock's unaffected. So whatever we summon afterwards, we can make it unaffected again. So that's what we're going to do. Lutang. It does an imperm here. It's fine. Hello, welcome. Welcome. What are we gonna send? What are we gonna send? We're gonna send a Mandarin. I'm gonna go Link 1, see Angel. I'm gonna go see Angel Chain Link 1 and 2. So the thing that might play into another board is a potential Super Poly number 2. But now remember, it won't work because this is unaffected by card effect. So Super Poly is not gonna work. Oh no, don't give me double Pescalas. What is that, man? Come on. What is that? That is not good. So we can play around this. Let's say if he has a second Super Poly, because obviously he'll be able to fuse the other 2 monsters on my field. But let's see what he has. Nothing? Super Poly? No? Okay. No Super Poly. Yes. What am I do? Let's bait out this. Take this. Take that, banish that, revive back Coral Triangle to use again. Literally to use it again. So let's put it here. can get this in the grave. We could even go we can even go straight Zeal here. Then at least we're still gonna have Wave live at all times. Yep. Okay. You'll try and negate this. Let's see. You'll negate. Banish. Bye. You're not coming back. Thank you. Put Zelantis behind here. Then you put it here. Take this. Monster from grave. Take this. Start the link one. And then we can go equip. We can go chain one. We can go chain two. We can get back Blue Tang, why not? And that should be game, right? That should be game. Like, bro, can you see? The guy had Maxi, he Nibiru'd me, and he still lost. I only drew one card of my Maxi. How many cards did he draw? He drew like 20 cards. And what did I say? The follow-up. Always remember, a good player has good follow-up. It's so funny because you see, and like I said, I was playing around certain cards, so I knew, okay, you're probably gonna get playing around a potential Chimera, Guardian Chimera, because I saw the poly, so I thought you were gonna go into that play, but actually you wanted to get this negate live for the Phantom. So let me get myself unaffected now before that. Because again, good players will not time it correctly. Because you rather wait for it to activate and then now it's too late. And then look at that. Off that follow-up, cleared the entire field, going for game, max damage. So did he play his cards correctly? Some would say yes, but also he never sat down and said, okay, let me read this guy's cards here, because what is this wave? What is it actually doing? Okay, it's negating a monster, but they don't read the second part. It always catches them off guard. So yeah, I don't know. But I'm just saying, you see, look, Maxi, look at that. Drawing a billion cards, they Nibiru'd me even. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. So yeah. And remember, this is the 60 card build, by the way. 60 card build. 60 card build. So can you see the follow-up? So for me, I've never feared Maxi, because I see it as, okay, cool. You're drawing so many cards, you have to beat me that turn because you have so much advantage. If you don't kill me that turn, I'm gonna kill you. And that's what happened. Because I know myself. Give me a turn, I'm gonna play through your opponent, I'm gonna break it. So, oh, this is a cracked hand. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Like, you don't understand why it's cracked, because this sends that. Oh, against Tillerman, even better. Oh my goodness. Even better. Even better. Bring on Tillerman. They discard Nibiru. That is interesting. Discarding Nibiru. Could that be a deciding factor? Okay, the Spree might be a little bit annoying, but because obviously of the 500 attack reduction boost, but obviously if I can get more names, then it should be fine. But this is already a cracked hand already, because we have two options to get Ash Bait, and then we still have Marincess Blaze. So it's like, and also we're still gonna draw something next turn. We can potentially pitch that, get something, you know. Tillerman. The former tier 0. No, you see this stuff. Synchro monsters. This shouldn't be a thing in the fusion based deck. This shouldn't be a thing. Why is it that they are not restricted, but yet we are restricted for some reason? Like we can't summon non-waters because of Coral Triangle. That for me is mesmerizing, because elements are only supposed to be fusion monsters only. But they can synchro, they can link, they can seize. That's why they're so broken. So broken. Literally so broken. Oh, look, they also have Shuffler. Great. Another disruption. Oh, Trivia Karma. Okay, get field spell. Okay. Like, what is this inboard? What is this? What did they search off Kit Kalos? No, they rather sent a what did they send? What did they have? No, yeah, they sent Tinnamon's Kashira. I'm like, what? Okay. Why would they do that? Okay, field spell doesn't really matter. It's fine. Okay, it obviously matters if they shuffle an Aqua monster or a Tinnaman monster back into the deck. Yes, then they can pop a card in the field. But that's why we have AKA Basilima. So if they don't read, they need to shuffle this. If they don't read, they have to shuffle it, because remember, this is on resolution. We are protected. So he can't chain banish this. He has to get rid of it early. So, okay. Interesting. Reinhardt, okay. Reinhardt send what are you sending? Like, look at this. Why is he going to synchros now? Because he has access to level 10 Baron. This is what I'm talking about. This shouldn't be a thing. I mean, worst case, he's got 4,000 life points, but the problem is now he's got access to stupid stuff. Ancient Fairy Dragon, okay. Alright. Revolution Synchron. Oh, look. Gonna become level 1. Oh my goodness. This is just so stupid. That's probably Borrowed Savage, right? Oh, it's Visas and Mitara, okay. Okay, he's probably gonna get Refraining. Because you can search anything that mentions Visa Starcross, anything. Saliak, anything. If it mentions Visa Starcross, which is basically his entire name, like Full of Albaz, geez, 100 cards mention Full of Albaz, the same with Visa Starcross. The same. Yeah, Saliak, yeah, there we go. There we go. So that's one. So let's look at the disruptions. There's Scream, that will mill 3. There is Saliak, that's probably a crime. There's also a Shuffler, and obviously there's Fusions. The thrust into evenly matched. You know where this is going, right? Yes, you know where this is going. Because obviously, if he uses a monster effect this turn, then obviously it's going to trigger thrust. Evenly matched, combo off, GG, right? It's no brainer. Unless he has crime, but let's see if he has it. So first of all, let's get Basilima in the graveyard. Let's see if it prompts him to shuffle anything. If he uses Ash, it triggers my effect. So what now? What do I have? I want Blue Tang. Gives me the more options. Okay. Now here's the thing. I'm not going to play the field spell just yet because I want to bait out stuff. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Let me see. We go Pescalis first. Because obviously Saliek is going to be live, so he has to negate this. Okay, he'll mill 3, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, of course, the Saliek, exactly what I wanted. Trigger fusion. Then he might spin back with the Kaleido Heart, and then my thrust is going to be live. And then I can still combo. That's fine. Remember, you only have 1 card left after the evenly, so he must think wisely what he wants to do. Because I can crash. I can crash into any monster, it's fine. I don't mind. But yeah, at the moment, the Basilium is still here. So, Rukalos? Okay, trigger the field spell. Destroy, please. Yes. Oh, this is even better. Even better. I can save my Basilima. Actually, wait. I'm actually gonna keep Basilima. You know why? Because if I can get dive, then I still have combo. So let's keep on field. Don't activate this. Then let's try and search for the dive. If that's a crime, we can bait out the crime. Then we happy. Okay, good. Because remember the thing is prompting him because he has a shuffle in the graveyard. That's why it's prompting him. So now we pretty much have, hopefully, no disruption here. So let's see if he has an Ash for this or a crime. Let's see. Perfect. I could get Herald of the Abyss, but I'd rather get Evenly Match because obviously any card sent to the graveyard will trigger the Tillerman name. So I don't want to set Evenly Match to the field. No. Add it to the hand. I mean, you can't negate attacks, so he only has a crime to negate this. There's only way you can negate this is a crime. So yeah, it's okay, fine. Main 2. Negative. Right. Super poly. Okay, that's true. Okay. Okay, that's smart. To play around the banish, so you're gonna take Rukalos to the grave and maybe Tillerman Castiro. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's fine actually. That's fine. That's fine. Because what he's gonna fuse into. Rukalos. Okay. So everything field spell, Saliek, he has to keep. Ooh. Yeah. I think that's a win. That's a win. That's a win, I think. I mean, yes, it will come back. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. The board is much less. It's much less worrying than before. So, obviously, yes, he's milling all these names. Yes, he's getting stuff, but his resources now have just crippled now a bit. What's he going into? Dragos Apelia? He just moved a fusion, right? Yeah. I'm pretty happy. The fact that I broke his board is less worrying than before. So, again, playing around stuff. What is that? Kaleido. Weren't expecting that, eh? Okay. Let's see. Okay, so here's the thing, right? The Tillerman Scream is going to resolve at the end of the turn. I'll be bigger than all of these. So you would have to summon another monster. Then that will be it. So let's see. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to think how we can best deal with this, because obviously he's got Tillerman now, Kid Kalos. If we can send... No, but this is going to trigger. This is going to trigger. Yeah, I think let's actually do nothing, because he's forced to now summon Tillerman Kashira. And then because now a Aqua monster was sent to the grave by a card effect, it will spin a card back. So do you want him to do that? 8-3. Because obviously if I use this, he's gonna negate with this and then send this probably, and then he will spin back. Is that ideal? No. So let's bait it out. Let's put this face down thinking that it's something important, and then let's see what happens. In the end phase, let's see what happens. Because right now, if he wants to do something, he has to crash. But obviously, because of this thing now, he's gonna summon now the Tillerman Kashira, which will trigger this, and then yeah. I don't know. Let's see if it works. But that's the bigger play was the Super Poly. Oh, he's got the Scream again. Really? How do you hard draw Scream? That's so, you know when your deck is carrying you for no reason. This is exactly what Tillerman does, because they're getting carried. Look at that top deck. Scream. Something I didn't want them to get. Because now my attack gets reduced, they can just crash into it now. Or let's see if I can banish something that's key. I don't know, but it doesn't even make a difference. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make a difference. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, bye-bye. Now you see, the problem is I technically lost to the Super Poly play. Other than that, I actually had him. That's the sad part, because he was able to dodge the evenly match implications, because he would have had to banish everything. So because of the Super Poly, he was able to get Rukalos away, which kind of messed up things a bit. Because the idea was special summon Blue Tang. No, special summon special summon Blue Tang from the deck, combo off Astronormal, and then have Kashira Ogre still. He took the bait. He took the bait. He actually took the bait. That's interesting. Interesting, very interesting. The question is, does he have lethal damage though? I think he does, but the fact that this guy's taking the bait, I don't know. Maybe Jago Sepalia? Yeah, Jago Sepalia, okay, fine. Yeah, swing back, okay. Shadow Beast probably going to Winder maybe to knock me out, because that's all he's good for. Yeah, Shadow Winder. Like, bro, you see how I know his deck, and yet I don't even play Winder, but I know they're gonna summon Winder because they want to make sure Oh, added Kashira. Wow. Yeah, because you get an attack boost, just like mine as well. Yeah. So realistically, did he really showcase any skill here? Not really. He just showcased the power of the deck of Telement. Why it was tier 0. But it actually was Super Poly that kept him in the game, because he was able to dodge the evenly matched banish with the Super Poly of Rukalos and Telement Kashira, which obviously triggered because they were sent to a hero by a card effect. So that you obviously didn't expect that, but hey, we did play around things though. So that, I think, is already proof enough that we could have played through the board. Our hand wasn't bad. It's just that we unfortunately lost to Super Poly, which end of the day gave them an advantage. So we couldn't do further play. Obviously, it would have negated with Rukalos trigger the thing, send back. So either way would have been bad, but at least it wasn't a convincing win for them. They had to now get a lot of luck, and at the same time they got lucky with Super Poly. That's what I'm saying. Super Poly won them the game. Not complaining at all. Oh, hey. Why are you saying no? No to what? Like I lost outright? Like I was completely outplayed? No, I wasn't outplayed. If more anything, I was outplaying him because he thought his board was invincible, and then I was actually just playing around it correctly. So, and the fact that I was still, you negated my normal summon, but you see I was still going to be able to combo off still, just shows that, yeah, we played around it correctly. But of course, the Super Poly gave him that edge of having the Rukalos back on field, because if the Rukalos was not back on field, it would have been game over. Unchained, Tour Guide of the Underworld. So here's the thing about Unchained. They're like cards getting destroyed. But then Gimir Adrian says no. Basically, because you can't destroy me. So what? So what happens? And the worst thing, I'll steal your monster, and then that's it, because they're definitely going to trigger talents. So, yeah. Unchained. You see another example of you're saying no to you what we were talking about the Telement player. So was I playing incorrectly, or what is your opinion on that duel specifically? Because I'm just saying from my perspective that he only won because of Super Poly, but everything else I played exactly. I thought I played correctly. Oh, so about the skill thing. So you're saying that. So when I was saying that he didn't really showcase any skill, he just showcased the power of the deck itself. Because remember, you always separate the deck and the player. So obviously in that duel, it was the deck showcasing, not actually the skill. Are you meaning that? Oh, okay, cool. Okay. No, because I was getting confused, because when you say no, cool, I'm like, what? No to what? Like, are you not agreeing to what I'm saying, or what? Because everyone can watch it back and say, hey, the Super Poly made a difference. The same way you could argue for the same way with the other duel against Chimera. It wasn't an issue of me carrying a deck. It was actually the skill involved of knowing how to play around things. So, oh, okay. No, it's fine. Understandable. No problem. But obviously you do understand the logic that I'm telling you, that sometimes you just need to look at, okay, It's not the player. Sometimes it's the deck itself. Like, look, they top deck the screen. They had nice mills. Like, of course, the RNG. They just always happen to get what they need, which is like ironic because they're not really like doing anything on their own. You see, so you can't really say, oh, Tillerman's like I destroyed somebody. Like he's probably thinking, oh, I demolished you. Like, not really, because I would have seen like, damn, that was actually quite close, because he potentially could have comboed off here. If he had shown my full play, I would have been like, damn. If not for Super Poly, I probably would have lost. So, ooh, okay. So we have Soul of Rage, double negate, so he can negate my Ron. Ooh, but then you see, you can't avoid this though. Thrust again. So here's the thing, right? I don't want to activate Ron because I want him to use a monster effect so I can trigger this. Because even the match does not destroy, so yeah. Yeah, and one thing about Super Poly, it was actually kind of annoying in the Dual Triangle Festival, because like the fusion decks had always an out to the Synchro Xyz decks because they could just use Super Poly, whereas we don't have a board breaker like that. You understand? So it's kind of like, okay, whatever. Actually, hold on. Let me actually use Ron, because I have talents in my. I have talents. If he, yeah, I was about to say you can't allow that, because that's going to be. Super Poly always carries them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because it literally carried the Fusion people in the Dual Triangle event, because there was, apart from Dark Warrior No More, Super Poly was more devastating. Okay, there's also Nibiru, but Super Poly I think was more devastating because it's just like, wow, you have two bodies, okay, I can do something. So. Okay, let's go. Thrust, you have Ash. As I predicted, that's why I did it first. That's fine. Now the question is, do I draw two, or I can steal this hiking season and crash into this? Because yes, he's forced to link off with it. He's forced to link off. That's the question. Let's see. Questions, because draw two is not looking. Yeah, I think let's do it this way. Because he has to use the Rakea to destroy this. If he wants me to, I don't know. I'd rather play normal Poly. Oh, then he tries to link. The question is, can this negate Unchained Soul of Rage? Because it's in effect to special summon a monster, isn't it? Because again, if that works, then again, that's kind of a IQ play, I think. Because now he has to target this. Bro, literally, that is such big brain. Wow. Okay, there we go. So using their own cards against him. There we go. Negating yourself. Done. Oh, if only I had another order in my hand. I would have linked it off. Imagine if I had another water, because I would have linked off this, and then I've linked 2, and then I still have my Mandarin, and then you see my ideas are like endless. Okay, if I have this, I can do this, I can do that. Like, luckily, Unchained have water monsters, so it actually helps in the if I was playing like a best 2 of 3 matchup. I know talents, they hard lose to it because they would have seas on the field. I can do something. What's happening here? What's going on? Why is this field lighting up? Is he not activating something? Effect? What's going on here? Oh, the resolution to, but it's fizzled. It doesn't work. Because it has to link someone with that. Yeah, ish. That's why you see duels like that Tilleman game is more proof in the pudding that you need to have a bit of skill, because that's what makes great. That's what makes difference between good players and great players. So. Unchained player losing it. Hey, look, I'll also be losing it as well because it's kind of a big brain player. I mean, but I mean, he's just thinking, okay, trigger my effects. Like, why is it taking so long? He's thinking what to do, but he has a lot of recursion, so. But again, I'll be like, damn, really? I lost to this one card. Like the same with that Sword Soul duel. Like, I lost to one card, and that changed the whole thing. But that's it. But I was timing my stuff correctly. But because definitely I'm going to be saving these replays, like just to show people that, hey, like you'd have thought this one here was dominating me. No, clearly this one was the winner. Trigger the Rakea, summon the abominable. Which one is that? The big one. Yeah, the abominable Unchained. He's literally destroying his own code. He doesn't even realize he's destroying his own stuff. See, getting rid of resources. You see, that's a follow-up. Resources is gone. And what now? Dark contract. Okay, fine. Now you see, if I had another water monster, can you see, I still would have had combo. And this is what I'm talking about. You see, if I had another water monster in my hand, I would have still combo because all his disruptions are finished now. All his disruptions are finished. Obviously, the Feather Duster got rid of Imperm Core by, but I think all his Imperms, all his Unchained stuff is finished. So how many cards was that? That was 2 cards only, or 3. If you want to include Ron as a disrupt, so 3 cards to clear Unchained. And then if you still have normal summon, remember I still have normal summon. Combo off, you're like, oh damn. So yeah. So again, I'm happy because again, we are playtesting, we are experimenting. We are learning tips, tricks. We are learning the ins and outs. So, and this is again making me a better player overall, because you are seeing the interactions. The fact that I played to that board without even normal summoning just means that I would have comboed still. The only thing would have had in their hand is a Shavara only, but that doesn't do anything because this is a once per turn effect. We wouldn't have done anything else. So, yeah. So it's probably lethal damage here, I'm sure, which is fine. Because, again, if you can break your board if you can break your opponent's board, that's good enough, right? To say, okay, hey, you can do it. So, I'm happy with that. Another King Caesar again. All right, it's fine. All right. Correct. He's just doing so many unnecessary things. Like you see, I don't understand. Like you had damage already. Like you're just summoning and summoning and summoning. I don't know. Anyway, again, the only thing I regret in that duel is not having an extra Marincess monster, which is fine because I had to unfortunately discard it for Ron's effect. Because you could have argued, okay, I could have linked off into a link monster, but then obviously my normal summon would have been used. So again, trying to play around it. So the new season only will kick off in like I think a few hours. So that's why you see nothing is happening in terms of the rank. So where you are in the rank, that's where you are. It's not going to change. So this is like the real playtesting hub because no one's winning or losing. It's just you are just facing opponents. Okay, this is one of those bad hands because you draw the Maiden, which is odd, and then you get okay. Dive is okay, but now our next draw really depends on it. Oh, rescue ace. So now this is where now you have to pay attention now because you see here, because they've revealed to me that they're playing rescue ace, do not veil anything else except for turbulence. If they avoid turbulence, it's fine. Oh, you end up finishing plat 2 ish, and that's yeah. The one thing about the rank grind, I would say, start as early as possible, because like I know now, like luckily today is the 1st of May for me now, but I'm sure it's still probably the 30th for you guys. It's going to be, you know, a start for me now to start grinding early, because I know Diamond, it can get crazy, especially after a fresh rank. It can get crazy. So everyone now is now from Master, everyone's in Diamond, so everyone's going to be trying very hard. You see, he's committing to turbulence. Can you see? Wait for the turbulence. Let's see what he does. Training on turbulence. If he has called by, he's the best player of all time. What did I say? What did I say? Because it's like, of course, you of course play correctly, but they just have the outs. Oh, it's your birthday. When is your birthday? Exactly. Oh, the 11th. Okay, that's nice. At least that falls on Saturday, so it's not too bad. At least it's a weekend, so you have like a, you know, it's not like you have to work or something or whatever on your birthday, because that's annoying. Like I remember last year I had to travel, and traveling on your birthday is not nice. So Masquerina. Into Promethean. It's so weird. Promethean is a weird card, guys, because it requires generic monsters, but yet the effect says you can't summon anything except fires. I'm like, what? That's so weird. So people can just play around the description. Of course, there are of course going to be like other stuff. So oh wow, there's the Ash. That's amazing. Oh, so I can stop the Hydrant at least. So here's the thing about Rescue Ace. All their cards target, so there's no monsters, they can't do anything. And this doesn't do anything because there's nothing to destroy. So they can play into this. Let's see what they do. Unfortunately we drew Maiden, which is not ideal, but it's alright. Yeah. Happy early birthday. In advance. Because it's not belated, it hasn't happened yet, so happy birthday in advance. Turbulence. Turbulence. The guy thinks he's winning. No. I've got a nice secret ice barrier for you, which will then trigger my combos. Add a warrior monster. And then you'll just summon it with the emergency. So yeah, I guess I'll allow it because I don't want him to summon the preventer. That's the main thing. Because Airlift is gonna get field spell, like it's yeah, it becomes like Snake Eyes now, very standard. Or is this better? Really? Those things aren't Duel Links. Here's the thing about Duel Links, guys. Duel Links is becoming like Master Duel, which is, it's becoming very, it's Speed Duel, but it's basically Master Duel. So like all the cards that are pretty much Master Duel are also in Duel Links. So now the metagame is catching up. So, ooh. And the thing is that I think that for me was like the thing that for the long term, like pay to win is not the way to go, because everything's behind a paywall. Like, why? They made it so inaccessible. Because for you to get the good cards, you have to buy the packs, which is stupid, I think. Because obviously the cards you want is obviously the ultra rares, and they're obviously going to be, and they give you what, the 10 packs, the 500 gems. The 10 packs are not even that good. So yeah, the grind is okay, but let's be honest. You wouldn't be playing it like how you're playing Master Duel, for example. Like at least Master Duel is like very accessible and is more familiar with people. And obviously Duel Links is a more fast-paced format. Because in my mind, you know, when I thought of Master Duel, I thought they were going to integrate like Duel Links, so you can play like OCG, TCG, Duel Links at your leisure. You can pick and choose what you want to play, but everything is accessible. Like now, how they incorporated Rush Duel into Duel Links, which I think is kind of a negative, because again, now you're separating the market in terms of your pay to win priority. You want to play Rush Duel only, or Speed Dueling, which is like, it should have been just a separate game, I think. So I don't know. That's just me. But I think Master Duel is the only one that's kind of worked. I think it makes sense because it's kind of a different format, not unfamiliar. As for the sleeves, because I play the God card deck in real life, man. Oh, Feather Duster, beautiful top 10. Look at that. Beautiful top 10. Oh my goodness. Look at that. That is insane. That is a beautiful top deck. He's now like, what? Harpy's Feather Duster? Destroyed. Oh, look at that. Super Poly again. Oh, wow. Look at that. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Promethean's on the field, right? Well, Promethean is in the grave. There's a fire monster. So let's see. You see, we don't have another. You see, again, we are lacking another water, which is just like whatever. What can we pitch? If he has ash, that's okay, but oh wow. Why do I feel like I'm a psychic? Because Call by the Grave, ash. When I need it the most. Like, bro, this guy's getting carried by silly stuff. Literally, that's the called by on the Veiler, and now this ash. Wow. It's unfortunate, but you see again. And unfortunately, this time I can say I bricked because I can't do anything with the maiden. I could have done something if I had the Ron or Ogre. I wanted Ron actually because then I can ditch this and then I can summon, but then it will trigger. So here's the thing, right? I wanted Ron because I can trigger Sleepy Maiden, right? To destroy, or it will destroy the Ice Age Trainer or the token. But Dive is live. Then I can summon core an enemy and I can link off. That was the main thing. So, but then now the Ash stopped the whole play now. You see? So it's not like my plays were wrong. My plays were going to be correct because they'll use a Promethean Princess to destroy one of the monsters, but there's going to be a monster on the field. But the fact that Maiden was going to be in the grave, which means Dive was going to be live. That's all. But no. The game says you should not win because you should not have a chance because you're just giving you're making rescuers look good, but actually they're about to lose. That's the reality. They're about to lose. So, but luckily, I mean, they're not. Like I said, they're not unbeatable. I mean, you guys, if you haven't seen my video where I showcase the duels for season 28, the crazy duels, I highly recommend you look it up because those duels were like, what the hell? How did you play around this? How did they not play around this? Especially the rescuers, the same rescuers that we're playing now. They contained my field. They did all those things. Didn't matter. They still lost because I played around it. And I was smart around the link zone, where to put the monsters. Ooh. This is going to be an easy drone Lockbird. But then now the thing is, I can't use Max C though. So here's the trade-off. I either use Max C or I use Draw. Because if I use Draw, it will hurt him more. He can summon, but then he'll trigger Thrust. So actually, I'm fine with that. If he has Call by the Grave, then I'm Maxi. You know. Remember, Draw and Lockbird can't count as Maxi, so don't be an idiot and use Draw and Maxi on your same turn because trust me, there are some people who do that. They trigger Maxi and Draw on the same turn, and then they realize, oh wait, my deck is counted. So that's summon number 1, summon number 2, summon number 3, and summon number 3, guys. Number 3. Yeah, you read it like a book. Summon number 4 with Tillerman's Kashira. Let's see what you know. Oh, look at that. You get a... Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look at the mills. Oh my goodness. Look at the mills. Rukero. So now my Nibiru is offline. I mean, to be fair, I mean... Yeah, like I said, it didn't mean because dude, just look at the mills that they got off. Ooh, ooh. Okay, hold up. Is this the same situation as before? Let's see. Anyway. Wow. You just triggered my wait. Should I get dive? Should I get dive as follow-up? Yes, I will get that because Seos can summon to a link zone. Yes, this is right because he's definitely going to banish this. He's going to banish it with Fenrir. Of course, he's going to do it. Nessie has a Saliek. Yeah, as I expected. There we go. You see, like I say, you read these guys like a book. It's like, okay. All right. Okay. Let's see. Do you have Ash? Bro. You probably drew that off that maxi. I'm pretty sure you drew it off the maxi. There's no way you had that in your hand. There's no way. Well, now we have to play to the board now, because I wanted to evenly, and then combo May phase 2. So I'm forced now to use it. So you see, it was a good thing we got dive. You see, because now you see we can play around that, because Seos can link itself twice. So without Seos, but without Sea Angel. Is that Call by the Grave? Is that also going to be annoying as well? Okay, Ricalos, again, playing around it. Ah, it's fine. But we have Maxi though. So we might get something that we can work with. If we get a water monster, that would be great. That would be great. No, he sent Tillerman's Kashira. No, why did he send Tillerman's Kashira? Oh yes, perfect. A tier name, yes, beautiful. Twice, 2 cards, 2 cards. Yes, beautiful, beautiful. Now here's the thing: Tillermans sometimes don't read their own cards. The chain link order follows the reverse. Oh my God, opponent, no flipping way. Are you serious? No way, bro. This guy can't be serious. This guy can't be serious. There's no way this guy is just got cross out. And you see what I'm talking about? This stuff like this, I mean, like, oh my goodness, really? It's like silly stuff. It's not even the fact that the guy's a good player or anything. It's just, you're losing to silly stuff, man. Come on, really? you have Maxi, so it's like, okay, I can't have Maxi. That's weird. What's up? Wow. Throw this out. Because he was smart to activate his Maxi early. Because if I had an Ash, let's say, he would have probably used cross out for that Ash. But that means he won't be able to use his own one. So because the argument would have been, now should have used my Maxi early, but then you have cross out anyway. So again, I'm losing to, like, wow, bro. Like, so first of all, he probably drew the one Ash off that one draw with the Link Summon. I'm literally sure. I'm literally saying that because there's no way. Then on top of that, he also has cross out for my Maxi because he's gonna draw. These will be nice draws. So, but sometimes when I'm losing, I'm not losing because I'm playing. I'm not playing the deck right or anything. I'm playing everything correctly. It's just, again, your opponent just has to have the outs, and it's kind of like cheesy because, like, okay, you can resolve Maxi, but I can't. Kind of like, oh, whatever, okay. Because he knows I would have had a chance in the game because all I needed was just a water monster and I'm combing off again. Same thing, bro. Like, you can literally watch this entire stream. Like the plays now that that we talked about now in the replays even. Like, bro, the use of the most silliest stuff. It's not even the deck. It's like super poly. It's a cross out. It's a well time called by. Okay, those ones are fine. Oh, out of the period. Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. Ranked now is officially in play. Let's see how it's gonna happen now. Okay, so cool. So ranked is officially. Season 29 is here. Perfect. A lot of my opponent having Maxi on the Nibiru. Okay. So. Oh my. Okay. Well. Okay, it's gone now, but. Oh, they cleared the match history. Are you sick? Oh yeah, it didn't matter because there's nothing to. Okay. But luckily I have it. Luckily I have it on stream. So I'll definitely go back to it. But I would like to have saved the replays, but it's fine. I mean, it's out of the period, so. Okay. Let's go back to. So now you see, literally the new season started. So now, everyone now is back in Diamond now. So the grind starts now. I'm saying I'm losing to silly stuff, man. It's just like, bro, I can't even deal anymore. Like, I mean, you playing, you know, when you play so you play so well, and then now you just get messed up. Imagine if I was playing a tournament or something, like, it would have just been devastating, you know? Because like, oh, okay, this is kind of okay-ish. Bro, what? Okay, hold up. Sinful spoils. It's like we're fixing the same guy like the Blast Duel. Same guy. It's like we're literally facing the same guy. I have a feeling we're literally playing the same guy that we played before. I'm gonna double check on the stream later if we played against the same guy. Okay. Is this gonna resolve? He has emergency now, so he can chain to it. So, oh wow, look, Ash. You see what I'm talking about? They always have it in their hand, bro. They always have it. They always have it. They always have it. If not that, they have cross out. I'm like, and then it's like, what? So. Yeah. That's a problem right now. Many times you lose don't because of players. They don't do complex plays or clever outs. They just have card deck and stuff. No, the thing is, like, anyone that watches this stream, this one specifically now, you go look at the duels that I had during the period outside of ranked, right? There's no duel that I played bad, because when I'm explaining my plays, it's making logical sense, because if they don't have outs, I have follow up, catch them off guard, or do this, but then they always have, they just lose some silly thing, and it's like making them look good, but it's not. They're just getting carried by a deck, bro, and that's literally it. Because they're like, oh, I'm gonna banish, oh, I'm gonna, like, there's no thought, which is fine, because obviously no one wants to think a lot, but which is okay. But I mean, again, you know, what choice do you have? Because wow, the players I think today have helped, because again, remember we were doing all that play testing. Say what? Make a Phantom Beast. Oh my goodness, is this a combo deck heavy again? So another board potentially playing into, you see again, now you're probably thinking, how am I going to play into this? Let's see, because there's probably a way, but they always have an out to it. Watch, and I'm sure that card in their hand is probably a maxi or something. Watch, I guarantee you it's going to be a maxi, because somehow every time they always draw the cards that they want. They always do. See, Nibiru would have been so nice right now, but again, you see now, how come I don't get Nibiru in my hand? And then watch, I'll probably get it on my draw, and I'm like, bro, that's not even making sense. Not making sense. Because sometimes this game is just like, whatever, bro. Like, Dawn Dragster, are you, what? Bro, people just like, why are people so obsessed with negates, bro? Like, it's like, okay. Arc Light? Yo, bro, people just love negates, bro. I don't understand. Like, what are you trying to avoid here? Like, okay. Oh. Now you see, I can't even, oh, wait. Wait a minute. Spell and Trap negates. Spell and Trap negates. So there we go. No monster commitment. Mandarin can be discarded because... Wait, what? What's going on here? Any monster sent... Oh yeah, because of the floodgate. But it's fine, because I don't want to have a second mining, so it's okay. He's gonna allow it. He's gonna allow it. Okay, so this is where we're gonna add. Oh, but you see, this is gonna be a kind of a. Yeah, this adds Spring Brokers. This one is saying monster sent from the hand or main deck. Okay, so light machine, light fairy. So what do I want to get rid of? Light machine. Because yeah, let's get rid of this. Let's just say light machine, light machine or light fairy. Let's just go fairy. Light fairy. Yeah. Obviously, he's gonna negate with drawn Daxter. Of course, fine. We knew that's there. Okay. All right. So now I have to go Seahorse here. He has to contain or extinguish. 70% luck and the rest is skill. Yeah, bro, it's like, and unfortunately the skill doesn't get recognized because it's like, oh, your deck can play into boards, but my deck can play into boards. If the video didn't prove anything, then clearly I don't even know. If the stream didn't prove anything, then I don't know. Bro, impulse is just annoying. Like, why do you get? So now he's gonna use this to negate. Yeah. Bro, it's like, what? That's what I'm saying. Our biggest weakness is the normal summon. As you can see now, I unfortunately had to commit a normal summon because to force out the contain and extinguish, because that, if I had not normal summon, I would have actually done something. So, and you're probably thinking, why didn't I add Blue Tang? Because remember, Blue Tang will be counted by the Arc Light because it will send cards from the deck to the banished pile. So you don't want that. I could have sent Basilima, but ideally I want Basilima in the graveyard to protect myself from contain and those things and extinguish. But clearly people are just obsessed with negates and stuff, which is really not the direction of Yu-Gi-Oh! I think I don't even know. Because that's what I always keep telling people. Like, imagine me playing non-meta and outskilling opponents. Imagine if I'm playing meta decks. Like, the plays I'll be doing, I'll be wiping the floor with people, because like, if I'm doing this already with a non-meta deck, imagine with the power that I have to play whatever I want and just do whatever I want to do at will. Have every counter there is possible. Like, people are not going to be having an easy time though. Right. There's literally no there's no follow-up turn. Why are you setting full cards? Bro, just go to access code and win the game. Like, why is he doing all this recovery stuff? There's literally no next turn. Oh my goodness. Like I said, this is ranked, so all the Master 1 players, they're coming now back into Diamond, so they're grinding so hard just to make sure, yes, I'm making sure I win. But if it requires just sitting there and being brain dead, then yeah. Say so, yeah. Diamond rank, man. It's basically Master, because now everyone's come back, so they want to grind early, so all the grinders are definitely on the game now. Because you notice the hardcore guys, they start early. They want to wait for the rest of the meta, especially now with Little Knight coming soon. They don't want to wait for Little Knight to come and grind, because Little Knight's gonna be a problem. So. Bro, what is this hand? What is this hand? What is this hand? I mean, to be fair, I can summon another one if I want to. Alright. Yeah, let's set the impermanent. Oh. Okay. Okay. All I know is Makonko. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's Makonko. Uh-oh. Bro, what even is this? It's not even good. You're spending cost of the hand. I can summon it again. Ooh, actually, let me. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh. So that's how I lose. Boom. Yep. Silly stuff. So, bro, like, that's just silly, man. Like, some stupid shit. But yeah, okay. Anyway, that's Makonko for you. I can't really say anything about it. I mean, they're just known for that, so. Okay. What? Why do you choose to not play meta decks? Because at some point it gets repetitive and it's like, okay, not really. There's no fun element to it. You're trying so hard, but it's not really. They're not really gonna have fun. And that's what I want to make sure that at least when I play something, I actually, number one, I enjoy what I'm doing and I like to improve, which overall makes me a better player. So, because now you see, I'm able to play a meta deck because I'm playing non-meta. If it makes sense, because if you're just playing meta the whole time, you're not gonna know what you're in, like the weak points of certain things. Because obviously you face it so many times, you know a better deck. You know how a meta deck plays more than they know it. So it helps you actually to be a better player if you play non-meta, because you have to understand how decks work. Whereas a meta deck, you don't have to think about it. You just click, 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 click. Okay, cool. My deck's gonna carry me. That's it. But there's nothing. For me, that's not enjoyable. So. Because if you look at everybody else, I mean, yes. First of all, I'm not playing competitive, so there's no need to play meta. If I was playing a competitive setting, then of course I would play meta deck. So yeah, of course. I mean, who doesn't like to challenge himself? I mean, who doesn't want to like challenge himself for anything in life, basically? So it doesn't make sense if you're just gonna say, okay, yeah, if 5 million people are playing this deck, that means I must play it also. Remember, you can pick up the deck, but it doesn't equal great player. It doesn't mean you're gonna win games 100%. No, you can still lose because you can mess up. So always remember that. It's not a case of, you know, yeah, kind of easy, but again, that's fine. That's them. I'm not playing for I'm not playing from a competitive point of view. So the same if I play any video game, I'm not playing competitive, but unfortunately the way the games are driven by, because there's a competitive scene, everybody wants to play the best things. Like if you play Call of Duty, for example, everyone wants to play the best guns. If you're playing FIFA or EA FC or whatever, people are playing the best team, the best players, and Ultimate Team, whatever. Like, because they don't want to think. They just want to, okay, spend money, do this, and then that's it, and do that, and don't want to have effort. Like, they don't want to think for themselves. So I'm not saying their decision to play meta is bad, because obviously some things just outperform other decks. It's just a fact. Like, for example, Telemans. A bad player can carry Telemans, and you would think, wow, they're amazing, but actually they're not amazing. The deck is just too good. That was a prime example of showcasing skill versus not. Like, for example, someone who knows Telemans very well can play Telemans in a different way. They'll be like, wow, that's unique, you know? Not the same old, oh, everyone's playing the same way, you know? If you have your own take on a deck and you can actually make it better and not playing the same way everyone's playing it, then it means you are actually using your bit of skill involved, not just copying what everyone else is doing. You know? Obviously you start from somewhere. Like, you obviously do have a baseline, but you have to at some point, you know, make the deck your own. Rivalry of Warlords. Okay. Remember, don't worry about what other people are doing, because I always say, like, if people have their own reasons why they want to play meta, which is fine, because again, they want to make want to get quick wins, gems, they want to do all those things. They want to maximize, you know, the effort with minimal effort, you know. And obviously decks just perform better. It's a reality. Some decks just perform better than others, so they don't want to play a deck that they have to now think, how do I play through boards? Whereas this, okay, click, 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 okay, if this doesn't work, okay, I do this, and then that's it. So it's the same thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of this Labyrinth card because this is just annoying. Obviously, everyone's opinion is different. That's just me. So, like I said, there's nothing stopping me from playing meta though, but you will definitely see my different take on it. It will not be the same copy paste that everyone else is playing, because then it just becomes, okay, so everyone has seen that, so what's different from you versus 100 people playing the same deck? You know, what's different? You know, where's your uniqueness in there? You know, because at least, even if you don't win your matches, even if you don't get the result that you're looking for, people at least say, okay, look, I respect this guy. He took a deck, it's not doing much, it's actually doing good, you know. Oh wow, even in match, so that does absolutely zero. Does absolutely nothing. It does nothing. Okay. Okay. Right. So definitely that's a yeah. Okay. I see. I'm even thinking about a play which normally people will not do, but I'm just thinking based on this back row, there could be some stuff here which I don't want to play into. So let's try it out. Let's see. Ooh, cool. But interesting. Interesting. All about the grave. As I predicted, there was something here that didn't sit right. So yeah, fine. So that's one disruption down. One disruption down. Let's see, what do I do here? Do I just go into let's just get this. Wait, what is? Yeah. Comic Cannon does literally nothing because unless you have Big Welcome, which you do, is over here. So again, I have to play around that. So Emperor, that's fine. Again, it's fine. My hand is pretty good still, so come on. Okay, that does nothing because I have everything I need in my hand anyway. It's fine. Yeah, let's just get this out the way so you don't get that recursion again. Okay. Yep, so you don't get the effect of getting a recursion. It's fine. Okay, get the welcome, it's fine. Literally does nothing. Literally does nothing. Let's see what we can do here. It's on feet deck. Okay, this is going to be important. Need to get this. Okay, put this here. Equip. Let's spring again. And we can mill. Oh, that's the not too great. Can't just need another name, then I can go into coral. Okay. Now, come on. Let's see. Because Ariana's in his hand, so he can probably search like field spell or something. Interesting. Oh, the lady's in his hand, okay. Okay, that's fine. Actually wanted you to do that so I can what do I have here? Let's get this. So remember, he's got 2 welcome labyrinths banished. You can only set 1 more. Chaos Angel. Okay. Banish what? The field spell? I have a second copy. Doesn't matter, okay, fine. He's probably going to reborn the lovely with the Mudraker, probably. Most likely. No, he won't. So that's the thing. Him having Chaos Angel on the field doesn't change the fact that it's still not it's immune to banishing. Yeah. As I predicted, Mudraker into lovely reset probably a welcome. Yeah. I mean, he's just giving up resources for no reason. He's probably gonna go Karma Cannon. Yeah. Oh, okay. I would have gone for Karma Cannon, but okay, that's just me. Not really ideal, but okay. What can we do here? We have a second Crowan enemy though. So at least we have that to work with. Actually, hold up. Oh, you got more than plays actually. Wait, do we just win? No, we don't. I'm lying, we don't. Because we don't have enough. We don't have a link 1. Also, time is also like. Okay. Not gonna change anything, but okay. What are you gonna add that makes a difference? Okay. All right. Good luck with that. Okay. Bro, just the time, just leave me alone now. What? Why did he surrender? Why? Did he knew what was going to happen? Hit wave, unaffected, or what? What? Why did he surrender though? Is it because there was no real follow-up, or did he know that I was going to banish with Zelantis, and then his losses probably one of Lovely, one of Lady. Big Welcome can't get anything big. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm confused. Let's check. Yeah, one Lovely, gone. Probably some in Areas, but Areas can't do anything because Big Welcomes are gone. So I don't know how else he was gonna play. Because I mean, you have a second Lady, but I mean, you've lost your Big Welcomes, 2 of them, and you added 1, but it didn't matter. So, and probably so, okay, look, it's gonna be 4,500. You can't beat over 4,500. Potentially might be even go to Argonauts. Yeah, I mean, I would have played it out, but I think they knew what was going to happen. So, yeah, that's that. Okay. Let's do one more duel, and then we call it a night, because, you know, it's been a very interesting duel. Definitely learned a lot. We'll definitely pick things up. As you see now, we're officially in season 29, so yeah. And Labyrinth being Labyrinth, of course, typical fashion. They're not impossible to beat, but again, you see, you have to play around stuff, and you see, if I played it differently, would have been a different scenario. Terratop into Tecton board is gonna summon for free. Rank 3 engine or link a link that requires 2 level 3s. Oh, I mean, look. Cherubini Send, Water Enchantress. You're probably asking, how do I know this? I don't even play the deck. It's because, again, you study the meta. You study it. You study it like a book. So you know what their players are going to be before you know what their plays are. And that's the difference between a good player and a great player. It's just having knowledge. And obviously that also obviously makes you better as to what to counter, what to avoid. Because if you've seen the same deck over and over and over, you will know more or less what are the choke points, where to counter, how to play around stuff. So how did I know how to play around Labyrinth so well? Because I know they want to wait for you to do something, then they react. Because Labyrinth is a reactive deck. It's not a... You might think it's a control deck, but it's not. Like, what is this board? What is this? This is not good. Unless they have Maxi, which is just like, okay. Okay, so we have Feather Duster and we have Book of Eclipse. So I think I'm gonna do both. How's that? So we're gonna go. We're gonna go Book of Eclipse so that you'll force out the negate. Yeah, I think let's do that first, and then we'll do Duster after that. Because he has to force out the negate. But what is he negating anyway? You see, it doesn't make sense. I mean, what is he protecting himself from? Okay, that's a good Ash because Foolish Burial Goods now is online. Okay, that's fine. No, this is good. Negate. If he allows it, I don't even know. I don't even know what is he negating? What is he protecting himself against? What is he so worried about? Okay, to re-equip. Okay, fine, no problem. Oh. Okay. Foolish Burial Goods. Okay. Ice Barrier. Like, does he not know what's gonna happen? This is just a kaiju. Bro, this thing searches a kaiju. What are you doing? Literally searches a kaiju. Literally searches a kaiju. Anyway. Say I didn't tell you so. Maxi, right? Yep, of course. It's standard. It's standard. But at this point, I mean, what is Maxi to me? Nothing. Then I can just end my board like this. He bounces to the hand, but it does nothing. So. Kill the token. Let's see what he's actually playing, and not just an adventure package. What is all of this? What is all of this? Oh, the Nordic Asia. Oh, okay. Interesting. The Asia cards. Okay, so we get something that's crucial. If you synchro summon this card, it's all normal summons though, so you can actually get it. Okay, let's just banish this one. Don't know how relevant that's gonna be, but okay. Kaiser Coliseum is there, so that's a bit worrying. So, playing 2. And that's it. Because if I give him that Kaiser Coliseum, He's gonna clear my field, and he'll probably have one monster. Then I can't summon more than once, and that we don't want that. Okay. Rent of Aramesia, okay, but there's no Journey's Adventure, so you can't add your stuff. So there's no more Water Enchantress anymore because there's only 2. So what's Synchro 11? Okay, what are they going into? What's their play here? What is the angle? What are they thinking about? Why are they taking forever to think about combos? You see, this is what I'm talking about also, because at least for me, when I waste time, I'm at least thinking about how to break my opponent's board. But he's like thinking forever, like, how do I, what am I supposed to do? Unicorn, okay. Target that. Say what? The trap. The trap. Say what? Summon as many Nordic monsters from your deck. Add 1 relic card. Oh my god, you wanna do this floodgate nonsense? Okay. That's kind of whatever, okay. Really now? You doing this floodgate nonsense? This guy thinks he's sneaky or what? Like, okay. Hmm. Let's read this card quickly. And then negate all the effects of all face of cards. Yeah. See? Face of cards. So we can bait that out very easily. Because face of cards is a very different meaning. Yeah, this is definitely over because when he flips it up, I'm just gonna chain, and then that's it. Let's see. Let's see if the theory works. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't work. Let's see. Unless it's on resolution, I don't know. But let's see. You see what I'm talking about? This card counters skill drain and anything that activates face up. So you see, it doesn't resolve. So, as I was correct. He's probably thinking, what? How is that possible? Because that's how it works. So, yeah. Sucks to be you, opponent. Get counted. Because obviously you wouldn't have negated the... You couldn't activate it when the AZ is on the field. Because if I was him, I would have just waited. But obviously when this was out, it's too late, because obviously at that point you can't do anything. Oh, Nibiru, oh, that's cute. Okay, that's cute, because how else are you winning this game? Because clearly your best counter is gone. So 7k, how are you gonna beat 7k? Like, your monster's 4k, mine's 3k. Like, dude, come on. Okay. Does he have a way to beat this? Let's see. Does he have a way to beat this? If he has a way to beat this, fair enough. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. His main play was to get, you know, the face up the negate, basically, and it didn't work. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links every single day, bro. Regards from, hey, man. Shout outs to Toronto, man. I actually want to go there. Actually, I got a job offer there, but I'm thinking if I should take it. So yeah, shout outs to the guys in Toronto, Canada, man. So what happened in this duel? He wanted to resolve this with negates or face-up cards. So obviously I was activating Dive to revive back Cascalis, right? But then obviously before then I summoned Gamia Adrian, because obviously I know he wants to do that. So I said, okay, cool, let me summon Gamia, because Gamia has a crazy effect that says you can activate this effect, quick effect, face up monsters you control, and up a destroyed or banish, that's fine. So it's like a protection thing. But if you activate this effect in response to opponent's card or effect activation, and if you have the same name in your opponent's graveyard or whatever, then you can banish those cards. So the crazy thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is if a card needs to be on the field to resolve, at the time of resolution, if it's not there, then it doesn't work. Make sense? So if I, for example, say on activation, do something, if I banish the card, you technically on resolution not activating anything, so therefore it doesn't work. So that's kind of how Gamia counters things like skill drain, or any continuous trap, any continuous spell, anything that has an effect. So you see, even like, you know, like branded Bastille, branded Beast, where it says if you control a Bastille monster, Tribute of Dragon, and destroy a card. That effect is only if the card is face up on the field. So if the card is not face up, even though you've met the conditions, it has to be, the card has to be there on resolution. So if you chain Gamia to it, then it's no longer on the field. Therefore, it will be nullified. That doesn't work. It even works on Appaloosa. So if she wants to negate something, remember, Appaloosa needs to reduce her attack to 800. So if you can remove it at the time of resolution, it can no longer negate, which means it can no longer reduce the attack. So it's the same thing. So, yeah. So that's what happened here. So that's what I'm saying. I knew Gamir counters anything you flip face out. So even cards like Altergeist, if you have Gamir on field, they can try and activate traps, but every time you activate, you banishing. So they don't want their stuff banished. And most decks can't interact with their banish zone. So if you banish it for good. So, and obviously now you can do anything about it. So, all right. I'm gonna leave it at that. Obviously, for those that just joined now, welcome to the stream. Of course, you definitely missed out. Well, not really, because you can always replay it at your own leisure. Because that's the nice thing about streams; you can always watch it on demand. So, yeah, you can always go back and look at it and see the crazy duels that I had. Some very unique plays, some tips, some guides, you know. Yeah. So season 29 is officially here, and the grind officially starts. So we reached master rank already. Not the first time, quite a few times, but the first time in a long time. So on to the next. Hopefully we can push through. And yeah, so I'll probably see you guys on stream again probably this weekend. So yeah, stay tuned for that. But until then, of course, there will be content on the way. So yeah, this is Diamond Boss signing out. And yeah, have a good night, have a good day, have a blessed week further. And yeah, we'll see each other again. And by the way, this is not going to be Marincess season 28, now it's going to be season 29. So we are still going to keep the same builds that we discussed in the last stream. So as you can see, a 60 card deck was actually doing fairly okay, right? Now unfortunately I don't have the replays to show it, but the stream does the justice. I only have these two replays, but essentially we're playing outside the tally period, so all those duels didn't count, so it means it didn't save, because obviously when it resets everything. So if I have to go and reflect, I have to go rewatch the stream. So I recommend you should do that. And yeah, you might learn a tip or two. And yeah, this is Diamond Boss again, once again signing out. And yeah, make sure to leave a like the stream for season 29. It's May, and yeah, we'll definitely talk about the future of the meta when the new cards come out. And yeah, we'll talk about that in more detail. Until then, have a good night, have a good day, everybody, and peace.